Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Nash County Board of Commissioners monthly meeting. We begin our meeting with a prayer and invocation. That will be done by Commissioner Gwen Wilkins, and we will pledge our allegiance. That will be led by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw. Could we please stand?
Let us pray. Gracious God, thank you for this beautiful day. As we face the tasks and responsibilities ahead, we ask for your guidance and thank you for your continued protection. When we feel overwhelmed, please remind us to pause and surrender the situation to you. When we become stressed, we pray for your peace to surround us. Please remind us that you are working all things together for our good. Bless those that are here today. Bless this board, and God bless Nash County. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now have the approval of our board minutes. All commissioners received the board minutes. Any corrections or additions? Entertain a motion to accept our board minutes.
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved and, who's second?
Ready.
Moved and properly second, that we approve the minutes of our March 2nd and dinner legislative meeting, March 24, 2026. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. At the beginning of our meetings, we usually allow the public to express any opinions that they have about any issue that the commissioners might be able to help. At this time, I'll ask Vice Chair Commissioner Howell to read the guidelines for a public meeting. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Public comment policy for Nash County Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners shall provide a period for public comment at the regularly scheduled monthly meeting. The public comment period shall be placed on the agenda at the beginning of the scheduled business. Each person desiring to speak during the public comment agenda item shall fill out a form at the time to be prior to beginning the Commissioners' meeting, which the form shall identify the speaker by name, address, and topic on which he or she will speak. Each speaker shall be allowed to speak for 3 to 5 minutes, with a visual notification time running out at 4 minutes. The time limit shall be strictly observed unless otherwise extended at the discretion of the Board of Commissioners. The speaker shall address the Board of Commissioners, but no dialogue between the speaker and the commissioner shall occur. Only the chairman or other designated presiding officer may respond to the speaker, if at all, and then only to acknowledge to the speaker that the topic presented is received as a matter of information by the commissioners. The commissioners should not discuss the speaker's topic during the scheduled public comment agenda time. The manager or his designee may be asked to follow up on complaints requested for information. Speakers must make presentations from the podium and shall not otherwise physically approach the commissioners or any member of staff without express approval from the chairman or other designated presiding officers. Speakers shall address the entire board without reference to the individual members. Speakers shall also conform to reasonable standards of courtesy when addressing the commissioners. It shall be the responsibility of the chairman to inform the speakers when they do not conform to those standards. The chairman shall also entertain and rule on objections from other members of the board who take exception to the remarks of the speaker.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Howell. Well, we have Brian Fisher had signed up to come. All right, good morning.
All right, y'all. It's good to be back here before you, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I see on the agenda that you have a couple recognitions, and before I go to my comments on what I came about, I wanted to express my appreciation for the public health professionals in Nash County who work tirelessly to protect the well-being of every resident in Nash County. Congratulations to each of them during this National Public Health Week. And then secondly, I see that you have on there recognition for Northern Nash men's basketball team. I would like to also congratulate them on their state championship victory recently. Now to the primary purpose of my remarks today. As we approach National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week of April 12th through the 18th, I want to publicly recognize and honor the men and women who serve as Nash County's public safety telecommunicators. This annual observance gives a moment to honor the men and women who serve as the first responders in every emergency our community faces. Their work is essential to every emergency response in this county, yet is often unseen. They bring calm to chaos, gather critical information in seconds, and coordinate life-saving responses. Their extensive training, technical expertise, and ability to remain composed under pressure are the foundation of our fire, rescue, EMS, and law enforcement operations. In 1994, President Bill Clinton issued the first national proclamation to honor public safety telecommunicators. His proclamation acknowledged the critical role these individuals play in safeguarding our communities and called upon our nation to recognize this service. More than 3 decades later, that message remains just as important. As someone who has had the honor of serving as a public safety telecommunicator and is now proudly retired from this esteemed profession, I speak with firsthand understanding of the commitment, skill, and heart required to do this work. It is a privilege to stand here today and advocate for this recognition for these professionals that they richly deserve. Thank you again for your time, and God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else who failed to sign the sign-up sheet for public comment who would wish to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward with our item number 6, a resolution recognizing and congratulating the Northern Nash High School Knights basketball team on their conference and state championship. Anyone here from the Northern Nash High School basketball championship team? All right. Come up to the podium here, and we're going to... That's Tristan Battle. He was named Sportsman of the Year in his conference. Good morning, Tristan. I'm going to read this resolution, and then maybe we can get a picture. The Nash County Board of Commissioners wishes to acknowledge and congratulate the Northern Nash School Knights basketball team on their conference and state championship. The team made history in North Carolina School Athletic Association Class 6A state championship game at Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum on the campus of Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem. In overtime against Kings Mountain, the Knights won 61-60, their first state championship since 1968. The county attorney has prepared a resolution of the board that I would like to read. Resolution recognizing and congratulating Northern Nash High School Knights basketball team on their conference and state championship. Whereas the Northern Nash Knights basketball team completed their season 25-3, establishing themselves as the top competitor. And whereas, continuing their stellar season, the Knights captured the North Carolina Class 6A Eastern Regional Division Championship, defeating E.E. Smith and NCHSAA 6A State Championship with a hard-fought 61-60 victory over Kings Mountain. And whereas this victory marks the first state championship for the Knights since 1968, and whereas a successful season such as this brought pride not only to Northern Knights themselves, but also to their families, their school, and their community. And whereas the Knights boast an impressive roster with Tristan Battle winning the North Carolina Farm Bureau Sportsman Award, Jamari Williams taking the Army National Guard Most Outstanding Players Award, and Christian Barnes securing the Charlie Adams Most Valuable Players Award. And whereas where there are outstanding individual players on this NCISAA State Championship team, the success is credited to a total team effort from the following team members: Kingston Little, Jamari Harris, Christian Bond, Terrence Sanders, Amar Russell, Cameron Freeman, Chase Morgan, Joshua Davis, Jamari Williams, Quantra James, Nicholas Tucker, Demaria Odom, Jerry Miller, Corey Mercer Jr., Jerari Moravitz, Omar Porter, Chris Silver, Jawan Arrington, Zamarian Douglas Bullock, and Tristan Battle. And whereas as contributing to the team's success was their head coach, Henry Drake, assistant coach Mitchell Wells, Ashley Davis, Christian Jones, Damaris Spragley, their school administration, parents, families who provided unwavering support. Now therefore be it resolved that Chairman Marvin C. Arrington and the Nash County Board of Commissioners hereby congratulate the Northern Nash basketball team and its coaches for their outstanding season, conference, and state championship. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall be spread upon the pages of the minutes of this proceeding, and a copy shall be presented to each member, the coaches and staff who were instrumental in the success of their season. This 6th day of April, I will now ask for a motion to accept that resolution.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Leggett that we accept the resolution. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations. I wanted to.
Mr. Chairman, did he have something he might want to say?
Yeah, come back. I want you to come here and take a picture with us, right quick. All right, I want you to come all the way up here. All right. All right, I want you to sit right here. Hold that trophy up. Hold it high. Bellfield comes in.
Hold on 1 second. Put it right here.
There you go. All right. All right. Okay, I'll entertain any comments that any commissioner have at this time, and I want to recognize Commissioner Davis first. He was a graduate of Northern Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a graduate of Northern Nash. I think the only commissioner that's ever served as a graduate from Northern Nash. I happened to be there in 1968 as a junior, and the coach that year was W.B. Bill Ennis.
just a little bit of history. He was the coach at Red Oak for many, many years. And I also want to let everyone know that the park at Red Oak that was built by Red Oak and Dorchester in Nash County is named after that coach. So he stands very esteemed many years later. And that was an exciting time in 1968. I'll promise you that. And certainly enjoyed. And team was made up. His best players were his own sons. I do recall that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other commissioner? Commissioner Wilkins.
I was just going to say, even though our chairman read all the names, I do want to give a shout out to that last-minute buzzer beater by Jameer Harris in the final seconds of the game, and also to Christian Barnes for being named MVP, and again to the coach, Henry Drake. Well done.
All right, thank you. Any other comment? Commissioner Outlaw?
I had the opportunity to be with the team about a week ago at an event at a local restaurant, and Coach Henry Drake was there as well. It's a great group of guys. It's a great accomplishment. I was not at Northern Nash, but I actually preceded Northern Nash, so I feel like I'm a part of Northern Nash. My daughter and my son-in-law graduated from Northern Nash, but congratulations to you guys. Job well done, and hope you'll get a repeat next year.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Howell?
Just to echo congratulations, and just showing the fact of how y'all pulled together and you kept fighting all the way to the end. You never gave up, and therefore you took home the win. So just a great job for staying in it all the way to the end. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you again. All those young men are good, respectable fellows, and y'all keep up the good work, and we look forward to y'all doing other great things as time move on in your careers. Okay, we will now move to item number 7, resolution in recognition of Public Health Week. Liz Lloyd, good morning.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, Chairman Arrington and Commissioners. I'm, as Chairman Arrington said, Liz Lord. I'm the Interim Health Director, and I'm pleased to present a resolution recognizing National Public Health Week, April 6th through April 12th, 2026, and to ask for your consideration and approval. And here's the resolution. Resolution honoring National Public Health Week and recognizing Nash County Public Health Department, April 6, 2026. Whereas the health of Nash County residents is essential to the safety, resilience, and prosperity of our communities, and whereas public health improves the quality of life for all people by preventing disease and injury, promoting healthy behaviors, protecting the environment, and preparing for and responding to emergencies. And whereas National Public Health Week is observed each year during the first full week of April to recognize the contributions of public health and to highlight the importance of prevention, preparedness, and policies that help communities thrive. And whereas the Nash County Health Department, in collaboration with healthcare providers, schools, emergency services, community organizations, and other partners, work to protect and improve the health of residents through programs and services that include communicable disease prevention and response, immunizations, maternal and child health, health education, chronic disease prevention, environmental health protections, and emergency preparedness and response. And whereas local public health is strongest when residents, community organizations, and local government work together to advance equitable access to the conditions that support health. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nash County Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby recognizes April 6th through 12th, 2026 as National Public Health Week in Nash County. The board expresses its appreciation to the Nash County Health Department and its public health workforce for their dedicated service to the residents of Nash County. The board encourages residents, organizations, and institutions across Nash County to observe National Public Health Week by participating in prevention-focused activities, using recommended preventive services, and supporting efforts that strengthen community health and preparedness. This day of April 6th, 2026.
Thank you. You've heard the resolution. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second that we accept the resolution. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you.
Commissioners. Thank you for your continued support.
Okay, we will move to item number 8, resolution approving expansion of extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town of Spring Hope. Mayor Kyle Pritchard. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
Thank you all for letting us speak. I have with me here Mr. Jonathan Allen. He is our new town manager to meet with all of you, and hopefully he'll be able to connect with each of you individually in the near future. So, of course, you know that we're here to speak about the ETJ extension request and to strengthen and coordination the partnership between the town of Spring Hope and Nash County, a commitment to the next 40 years. Before I get started, I wanted to just pass each of you a map. You may have one, but this should be a little bit easier to read. If I may approach, is it okay if I approach?
A little late.
What's that?
A little late there.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
There you are, sir. Morning, Commissioner.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so just to simplify some things, the ETJ request ensures that Spring Hope remains a capable, participating partner in its own future. Working alongside Nash County, you all, the commissioners and the staff, while protecting existing residents and being a good neighbor to surrounding towns. A strong county-town partnership, something I believe that we do already have, and this can help us continue to grow that partnership. Nash County has demonstrated clear commitment to responsible growth through very strategic planning. I commend you all for that. Our board's support of this resolution to extend our ETJ was driven by a desire to be prepared also. Reserving rural values. This request is not about urbanizing the surrounding area of the countryside. It's about protecting the surrounding countryside, ensuring that the transition from rural to municipal is handled with care. And we must, of course, grow in a controlled manner that respects the existing community members and residents. ETJ, as you all are aware, is a managing buffer, a planning buffer. The expansion from Raleigh and the Triangle continues to grow this way. There's no way stopping it, and we all know that infrastructure is headed towards the NC 581 corridor, and so this will allow for development to follow. Our goal is simply to guide it intentionally rather than reacting to it, and to guide it together versus reacting to it separately. There's a lot to be learned from others. I learned a lot from you all, but I also learned a lot from what neighboring towns and communities are doing, especially the ones that have gone through the growth crunches that we're going through now. Something that Wake Forest constantly repeated was that they waited until development had arrived and it was already too late. It had already eroded at much of the character of their town. So there was a lot of conversation about extending their ETJ. They never did it, and now they wish they would have. This is, of course, to protect the development intents that reflects the quality that both the residents, the town, and the county want. Of course, there are benefits to Nash County. Investment protection, safeguarding millions in public water and sewer infrastructure through compatible development standards. Operational synergy, continuing to work together, synchronizing our long-term visions and land use plans, continuing to work together, rowing in the same direction. Proactive management, addressing shared impacts such as traffic, stormwater, and public safety across jurisdictions together before they become long-term liabilities in the future. Two sets of eyes better than one. Cost efficiency, reducing likelihood of future system conflicts through well-planned development patterns. Of course, there are benefits to the residents, which was really important as we were considering this and as our board was considering this. Property values, protection, consistent standards that prevent something as simple as incompatible uses, industrial complex going next to a residential area. So being those local representatives that listen to the constituents and the residents in the area alongside you all as well. Manage traffic and safety, requiring something as simple as traffic studies and having two sets of eyes, you guys' sets of eyes, our sets of eyes, to make sure that traffic doesn't become gridlock in Spring Hope. Hopefully that's decades away. But through proper impact studies, making sure that if there are turning lanes or improvements needed to the road systems, that they can happen. Superior stormwater oversight. Apply municipal level drainage standards to prevent localized flooding and runoff issues that often follow high-density rural development. Enhance public safety. We are committed to making sure that we have enough public safety staff on hand to keep our people safe before any approvals are made. Some things as simple that many don't know that towns and counties get involved in is the widths of the roads to ensure that fire trucks can safely make it through. The distance between fire hydrant spacing, supporting faster response times for fire and EMS. And a localized voice. I think this is a really important one for residents. I keep kind of looking back in case there are any residents in the area in Spring Hope. But we have a seat on our board, the planning board in Spring Hope, which of course plans the future for the town of Spring Hope. We have a seat reserved for a member from the ETJ, and that's appointed by you all. And also tonight, we are voting to appoint members from the ETJ to our Downtown Development Board so that those in our ETJ have a voice in the future of Spring Hope. The ETJ is not about annexation. It does not change taxes. Without the ETJ, the town has zero say over development that directly affects its roads, traffic, stormwater utilities, flooding, and emergency response, items that we just touched on. So I think it's important to remember that this is a shared effort to make sure that we grow responsibly in the right direction. It is about protecting the existing residents, protecting their rights, making sure that we grow together in a fashion that they would like to see us grow, and also giving them a voice and a say in what Spring Hope does. So in closing, we see that recent development demonstrates that growth pressure is already present. We're no longer waiting for Raleigh to grow this way. It's already rapidly growing this way. So this request allows us to manage the growth together versus responding to it separately, and it does reflect a shared goal. To ensure that growth driven by public investment is coordinated, sustainable, and beneficial for the entire community. We look forward to continuing to be a committed and collaborative partner in shaping the future of our region while protecting the interest of residents and the surrounding communities. Thank you all for letting me speak, and we'll move on with the vote to get this approved.
Okay. Before we get to that, you have a resolution that you want us to approve, right? I say you have a resolution.
Yes, that should have been,
Right.
that should have been provided.
Yeah, it is, it's provided. Y'all want to have a discussion before we, okay, Commissioner Davis.
I'll yield to Commissioner Leggett if you were looking
Okay.
my way at the time and she was talking.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Good morning. I appreciate you all being here today.
Good morning.
And welcome
your new town manager. Thank you so much for being here. First, I would like to know, what has your engagement been with the town of Momire? With the map that you provided, there is one certain section, or a couple of sections right here that butts up to the ETJ of the town of Momire. Can you explain to me what the engagement has been with them?
Yes. So originally, there was a map that was drawn that didn't quite clearly show that the delineation between our ETJ and theirs. That has been corrected. The first map, it showed an overlap, whereas kind of, you see how they have the circles here? So they literally are using kind of like a compass, and they put it in there and they draw the circle. And so when they originally drew that circle, they didn't cut it out as they should have. So it has been cut out now. There is no overlap now.
Were they also given the opportunity to make sure that they have a mile in their western boundary?
I don't know the answer to that. Our attorney was supposed to have spoken to them. That was a concern. We said, please make sure that's addressed. And our attorney and both the engineer that drew this were supposed to speak to Momire, and from what I understand, they came back to the table and everything was resolved.
Okay. And then another question that I had was about agricultural producers and bona fide farms that are located in the red shaded area. I was contacted by a couple of agricultural producers. They are bona fide farms. And they were concerned about losing their agricultural exemption when it comes to construction. In the past, when a farm fell into the ETJ, they had to go through the full permitting process that any other construction would do, and they would lose their farm exemption to be able to, they would have to get their basic permits just like anybody else. But then, like just to put up a basic equipment shelter, they would have to have a fully engineered plan to do that versus constructing with, their folks there on the farm. Can you check, or maybe the county attorney can tell us if that law has changed or not, where they lose that exemption under when they're in an ETJ?
Well, I think the attorney would be able to speak to any legal standpoint, but as a town that definitely has a rural agricultural background to it, we would want to streamline any processes for the local farming community. We would make sure that all of their protections stay in place. And again, this is not about encroaching on any of their privileges, rights, or opportunities to grow. It's about protecting us from the growth that's coming this way. So it's about shared goals, working with you all to protect from what will be coming, not what's here. So we want to protect existing residents, existing farm and landowners. And so if there's a way to streamline that, we certainly will. If there are certain restrictions at the county level that we can work with, we may see a better way to do it as we move forward. We definitely want to streamline that. But I'm not aware of any that's going to be overlapping with the town that would be in addition to anything that the county has.
These are state regulations.
What's that?
It's a state regulation
Okay.
that rule that the bona fide farms fall under.
We're definitely interested in streamlining it. If there's a way that we could petition to the state to streamline it and make it more efficient, we'd be willing to participate in that.
Okay, thank you.
And I did get the answer, which this was interesting to learn. So square miles, it is area to be added is 2.9 square miles.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
Mayor, several questions I have. First of all, you stated several times that it would be a cooperative effort, but in reality, it's either the county is going to regulate this area or Spring Hope would regulate it if it's the ETJ. It wouldn't be a shared effort, in my opinion. The second thing, the people that are in the red area, how were they notified? It stated that you had a public hearing and that the county would not necessarily need to have one, even though we could. How were those people in the red area notified that this was going on before y'all took y'all's vote?
The letters were mailed out to the landowners.
Okay,
So not just the standard notification that we're required, but we also sent letters to all the landowners.
So,
was that your question?
That is my question, but you're saying every person that lives in that red area received a letter?
That's what we were notified, yes.
That's what you were notified, or is that what happened?
That's what happened.
Okay.
They were sent letters, yes, sir.
Well, I've contacted 4 people that live in that red area, and neither one of the 4 didn't know anything about it, but, we know how that works sometimes. But there was an attempt made to notify each one of them.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right, just Another thing I asked, you talked about stormwater, that you would indeed be able to control stormwater issues. Nash County currently has a stormwater ordinance.
Absolutely.
And we do that. Does Spring Hope already have a stormwater ordinance?
We do. And we're also working with Wooten Engineering to make sure that all of our stormwater retention ponds, et cetera, in our design standard manuals are to equivalent or better than expectations that you guys have. And I did, again, earlier commend you all for the long-range planning that you all have done for the success, sustainability, and safety of the communities in Nash County. So we want to match or be greater than the care that you guys have.
When I look at your current city limits, and then I look at the blue area, which is your current ETJ, it's a huge area left for you to grow in. I'm just curious, why would you want more?
The board at the time felt that it was the appropriate decision to make, and after talking to a lot of the residents in that area and educating both ourselves and them on what the true value and benefits of the ETJ are, we felt that with the amount of growth that's coming our way, yes, there's a large blue area there now, but it's going to compound quickly. And so in 3 or 4 years, likely that blue area will be filled, and then we're going to lose out on the opportunity to have any say-so in what's around it. And so while it may seem like it's going slow now, which it's not, if you ride through there, you'll see several subdivisions popping up all throughout the ETJ area. Another one came in not too long ago. And so while it seems relatively slow compared to the total blue area, it's going to compound quickly. It's coming quicker and quicker and quicker. And so we don't want to get caught just 3 or 4 years from now and have missed out on the opportunity to protect the residents in that additional ETJ area. It's coming quick.
You think it's coming a lot quicker than I do, apparently, but the history of Spring Hope, in my observance, has been somewhat controversial as it relates to new development. And I talk about something that you and I have talked about quite a bit, which is a relationship with DOT and things not going well in that relationship. What is taking place that is going to prepare y'all to better guide this area if indeed we were to vote to do it, versus what I've seen happen in the past?
Absolutely. It's important that we are a ready-to-go partner with you all and with the state and the DOT. And so we have gone through many local ordinances as far as the technical review committee process goes. We have made sure that we have all of the required members in that technical review committee process that are properly notified. Anything that is 4 or more divided lots now goes through the full planning board review process, which again, I mentioned that someone from the local ETJ would be a part of that planning board. So any subdivided lots 4 or more now go through full planning board and board of commissioners. Anything 3 or less is administrative. And even if it's 3 or less and administrative, it still goes through all of the TRC members. So members like the DOT is at the top of the list. Of course, the county is at the top of the list, including county staff, planning, sheriff, EMS, public safety, public health, including in the town, simple things as the fire department, the police department, town engineering, and then overlapping, not just relying on what the developers, engineers are saying. And so our planning administrator here, he is able to speak on that more because we just went through that in depth over the last 2 planning board meetings, and I'm excited about it. I feel like the instance with the DOT could have been avoided. And as you know, as an elected leader, sometimes we find ambiguity in the writing of our ordinances, and so our goal was to remove that ambiguity and set a clear expectation of standards and processes that have to be followed in the future. And if you wanted, he can come up, he can give us the full list if you wanted to hear more about that, but we've definitely made the TRC review process much more robust.
I don't necessarily think I need that. Another member may need that, but don't you think it'd be a good idea if you've made all of these changes to bring this at a year or 2 years from now, once it's known that what you're doing is working properly and is going to handle the influx of what you think's coming in this extra area, rather than do it simultaneously with what y'all are trying to do to get yourself ready for it? Just a question.
Yeah, well, I believe that we're very confident, we're very skilled and capable. Again, this is an extra set of eyes on top of you all. So all of you all's standards are currently still going to be in place in that ETJ area. So that's a minimum that has to be followed. We have gone through and we have really taken a deep dive into what has made other surrounding towns and counties successful when they're dealing with growth that's coming rapidly their way. And so we truly feel that if we wait a year, that more mistakes will happen. So we feel that it's pertinent that we act now, because this is a way for us to protect. This is a step that has come out of what happened previously last year. This is a step that has come out of things that we are trying to prevent. So we feel that delaying it any further opens the door for future mistakes to happen. And so we need to act now to make sure that those things don't happen.
So apparently you're telling me you don't think, or Spring Up doesn't think Nash County is doing a good job of what we control presently?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm saying that two sets of eyes are better than one, and that partnerships working together, we are there, so our planning board members are there, our town staff are there, our elected leaders are there, our residents that live there, they're in and out of the area all of the time. You guys do a phenomenal job. I've commended you all several times on your long-term strategic planning. I just feel that the town of Spring Hope, our board, our residents, our planning board members feel that we also need a say-so in that we need to provide that second set of eyes overlapping so that we can make sure that not only we're following you guys' standards, but we're also raising the bar a little bit more. Again, we want to be a ready-made partner for growth when it comes to protect the residents. So in no way are we saying that you guys aren't doing a good job. That's not at all it. We would just like to make sure that the town of Spring Hope also has a say-so in the matter, and that if there are room for opportunities to increasing any types of standards that would protect the local community, farm owners, landowners, that we can implement those.
Right.
I'm going to pause now and let the other commissioners take a turn. I will say you really need to look into the point Commissioner Leggett brought up about what it's going to do to your ag buildings that would be in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Belfield?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What percentage of population increase do you expect in the next 3 to 5 years?
I didn't come in here with a set number. I've got that information from different studies that Wooten has actually done in the area. But just basing it off of things that I've seen and giving you a rough number, I'd imagine we'd have at least a 30% increase in population in the next 3 years. Based off the numbers that we're growing, we had approximately 1,200 homes 4 years ago, and we're pushing around 400 additional homes that have come to the area, both either inside the town limits or in the ETJ. So from 1,200 plus 400, that's a 30% growth in the last 4 years, and I foresee it continuing to be the same, around 30%. And that's why I say it's really pertinent that this happens now rather than later, because that growth is coming. And so we're looking at a 6 to 8 year time span, 4 years ago, 4 years in the future, an 8 year time span, 50% increase in the population in less than a decade.
Quite a challenge here, and have you consulted, the town consulted any engineering company to when you're for extraterritorial jurisdiction, the requirements for the town to serve those people in that area? Have you done that?
Yes, so talk about preparedness to be able to serve those people in the area. We actually have a active well on the south side of 64 on Old Spring Hope Road that should the residents in that area and the commissioners and the elected members in Spring Hope decide that it makes sense to grow that way, talk about serving the community. Also, there's a lift station, a sewage lift station to pump to our treatment plant, also on the south side of 64 on 581. And we do have long-range planning already in place and requesting grant and appropriations to erect a water tower over there as well, so that we are prepared to be a ready-to-grow partner should the residents and the constituents decide that that's what's the best thing to do. So yes, we are preparing ourselves to serve that area and be a good partner. Was that your question? And that's all through engineering?
Yeah, my concern is just to be ready for population increase and the services that you're supposed to provide for your extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Yeah, and so touching on public safety and services as well, and so this extension allows us to, in essence, if we need to, slow the growth down if that's what's needed to happen, so that we can be fully prepared. But looking at the trajectory of how the growth is expected to go, the engineering plans that we have in place, the improvements that we're making to our existing infrastructure in town right now, we're making all of those steps to be prepared should it be the decision that everybody makes to grow in that area. But this ETJ extension, it also, as I was mentioning to Commissioner Davis, it gives us those additional review processes. And so it gives us those different boxes to check, if you will, so that if we see that this system, that the town, that this section of the county, if we're not prepared and ready to grow and we don't check one of those boxes, then the growth doesn't happen. That's the important thing why I think we really need to get this passed, is because it gives us those additional check boxes that if we're not ready, then we have a say, hey, if we're not ready, then we can't grow in this extended area right here. So what you're saying is very important. It's a very real problem around rural small town America right now, whereas the major metros are growing into the smaller towns. And so extending our ETJ would give us more of an opportunity to say, hey, everything's not in place right now. Let's not approve this.
How much?
All right.
How much of this area you're proposing is zone agriculture?
I don't have an exact square mileage of that. I don't. That's a great question. But as we were talking about with Commissioner Leggett, it is, again, something I spoke to this board about 3 years ago, was about rapid, uncontrolled growth. I came to this board and I spoke about when you guys were doing your land use plan about taking what was going to be allowed, R20 back up to R30, getting rid of clustering, which would allow for smaller lot development inside larger subdivisions. I spoke to our rural countryside. I spoke to protecting agricultural farmland, and so that's still very important to me. So that's something that I've already spoken to this board about before very passionately when I came in opposition of zoning updates to you all's land use plan. And so protecting agricultural property is very important to me, as I've already attested to.
All right. Any other questions?
Commissioner Outlaw.
Oh, okay,
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman.
Outlaw.
Just kind of piggybacking a little bit on one of the comments that Commissioner Davis made. Did the town of Spring Hope have a public hearing on this matter?
Yes. Yes, we did.
And how was that public hearing
The public hearing, it was
communicated?
mixed. So we had some opposite.
How was it communicated?
Oh, it was through letters and through public notices, all of the required newspaper printings, but also the mailings.
Okay. Well, my concern is I started getting notified over the weekend by numerous individuals that live in this area. And they found out that this was on our agenda today somehow. And they were not aware that we were going to have it here today, and they had not been made aware through a letter of any kind of communication. That's what they tell me. So my concern is that the people have not had a chance to speak. I know it's not required by statute that we have a public hearing on this matter today or whenever we vote on this, but my personal opinion is that this board should hear from the public on this matter. That greatly concerns me that people are telling me they were not aware of it, and this board is not planning to have a public hearing at this point unless this board decides to do that. They can decide to do that, but That's my biggest concern, Mayor.
Yeah, and that was definitely a big concern of ours, because anything we do, we want to do it together with the residents that
Well, these
live in
people
the
that
surrounding area.
contacted me are very upset, and they are not supportive of this ETJ extension, and they have not had a chance to speak their minds on it, so that's where they are.
Do you know why they didn't attend? Because we mailed the letters and we did all of the postings that we're required to
There
do.
was no communication to me that they received any letters.
Yeah, I know so many times I've gotten notifications.
Maybe it's just the
and I
mail
just
system, I don't know.
discard them.
But I think there needs to be more communication and input from the public.
What do you recommend, Commissioner Outlaw?
I recommend we have a public hearing before this body to hear the people.
Okay.
That's my recommendation, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to echo the comments that Commissioner Outlaw just made, and hadn't heard much on this since y'all's town meeting that you had on this. There was some concerns about it, and then, of course, the mapping, and the mapping's changed now, and that's addressed some of the concerns that some of the neighboring citizens had in Momire. But here recently, I did also receive some communication from citizens saying they weren't aware of it. And may have got it, may not have got it. So I would definitely support a public hearing here. Can't go back and undo what you've already done, but we can hold a public hearing here if it so be at the request and the board votes on that. But I would definitely recommend having a public hearing. And I would encourage you in that public hearing. First of all, I commend you for what you're doing. And it's not so much a matter that Nash County is not doing a good job, but you're just doing a better job. You're trying to get ahead of it. We're still trying to get our UDO updated, and we're behind on that. So you've got a lot of the growth. 50% of growth in Nash County is coming from Spring Hope, Middlesex, and the Bailey area, and Zebulon. So I commend you for your efforts, and you're doing the right thing to get ahead of it. So thank you for your efforts in that. I think there's a lot of confusion, too, from some of the citizens. Just when you go to the ETJ, first of all, if you're putting it into ETJ, then you're able to provide all the town services within 1 year, correct? So you can give police, fire, EMS, you can give all the services that the town of Spring Hope offers to those citizens in that ETJ in the event that those citizens would like to be annexed. Just by going into the ETJ, the only thing that's changing is they go to the town of Spring Hope for their requirements versus coming to Nash County to get those clarifications on what they can do and cannot do as far as the zoning requirements go. But as far as going into city limits, that has nothing to do with it.
Correct.
Putting in the ETJ. And we cannot and will not annex a citizen unless they want to be annexed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so nothing changes on that. It just gives you the authority to make those decisions, protect your boundary around your town, which is desperately needed, because if not, we see what happens in some other towns, or outside of some towns in other parts of Nash County. So please continue on doing your efforts and what you're doing. You're protecting the heritage of Nash County. I do have concerns that Commissioner Leggett shared as well, and just a little more detail on that. You know, farmers go out and put up a lot of structures. Engineers take a lot of schooling. They have to charge a lot of money, and they like to pass that on to their customers. So it does put a financial burden on those farmers. So I would definitely have you look at that, and if it is the board's decision to do a public hearing first, maybe you can bring some clarity back to the board before we have that public hearing to where maybe those farmers can be exempt from that as they are in Nash County, so it doesn't pass that financial burden on to them. Because they're out there working hard, struggling as it is to get things done. They don't need that extra, and it's quite significant in some cases. So my recommendation is as well to hold a public hearing on this, and then that way it gives all the citizens in the town of Spring Hope and the surrounding area of Momire to come voice their concerns. I think most of the concerns have been addressed by the commissioners here today. Just echoing some of the same things, and you know, and I know you do, and we want to all go in this together to make sure that we've got all those questions and concerns answered before we move forward, because all we're trying to do here is protect the heritage and the values of Spring Hope, and you control that area versus the county, and that's the way Nash County needs to grow. Our towns need to grow, not just the county, but the towns need to grow, and that way we keep the county rural. So thank you.
Would it
Thank you,
be
Mr. Chairman.
possible to work together with the, any of the individuals or the concerns that may have been brought forward?
Mr. Chairman.
That we could get some of those concerns answered?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins out there.
I'm sorry.
Can you just tell me how many residents, homeowners are involved in that ETJ? A number.
Involved in the ETJ?
A number of it. How many does it include?
I do not know the homeowner count for that. The new area?
The new
I
area?
do not know. I don't know the homeowner count.
Do you
I
know
got the
around
square
about whether it's 10, 20, 30?
I would imagine homeowners, I would imagine it would be a few hundred.
And so that's how many notices you sent out?
To all the landowners, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner Outlaw.
Just a couple of points for clarification in my mind. It was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought once you had approval for an area, an ETJ area, that municipality had control over that area, and you could annex it without, let me finish, sir. You could annex it without a vote of the people. If that is not correct, then I misunderstood. Okay, I misunderstood. The second point is services provided. You mentioned a year. When would you be able to provide all the services to this area if you did get it in your ETJ?
So ETJ, again, is not annexing into the town limits, and so we're not required, nor would it be needed or a necessity for us to put utilities in the ETJ. Again, the ETJ is not about trying to put someone on our water bill, or put someone on our wastewater treatment plant, or put someone in a garbage disposal contract with us. It's not about putting them onto our services.
And I understand that. I understand ETJ, that's not annexation. But once you have the ETJ, Mr. Attorney, I would ask you, do they not have the right to annex that property without any vote of the people?
The forced annexation has basically been done away with.
I realize that. I was involved in that.
Right. So they wouldn't have the right to annex it without the request.
Even in an ETJ area.
That's my understanding. I can get some more information.
I appreciate you research that a little and get back to this board.
Yes, well, we absolutely can't.
Okay.
We can't force annex anything. Anything would just be voluntary. And the goal is not to have anything annexed. That's not the goal. The goal is not to force annex anything. It's not allowed. It's illegal.
The attorney will research
Yeah,
that. and let us-
it's illegal. It's not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think we've had enough discussion. At this time, is there a motion to accept, deny, or delay this resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I move to deny the request at this time.
Okay, it's been moved that denial of the resolution request at this time. Is there a second?
Can I ask for an amendment?
Is there a second?
Yes, sir.
Who's second?
Could I ask for an amendment to that motion that if this matter, if it's denied, if it comes back before us, I would ask that this board require a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, was the main motion amended?
Accepted.
All right.
I
Got something to say,
second the
Mr.
motion
Turner?
as amended. I will second the motion as amended.
Can you just get her to restate the motion so
Yeah.
that we have it?
All right, Commissioner Leggett, could you restate the motion as amended?
I move to deny approving the resolution of expansion of the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town of Spring Hope. And if the same request is presented to this board again, that it would be presented with a public hearing.
By the county.
So moved.
Okay, that understood. Who's second?
That'd be a public hearing by the county.
Yes.
Who seconded the motion?
Second the motion.
Okay, that motion been seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bearfield?
Mr. Chairman, I think this ETJ situation with the municipalities here in Nash County, that we need to treat them all alike and not favor ETJ for one and another we deny. And I know we're going to have 3 new members coming on the board, but this is something that we need to think about. And I actually remember to do that. We need to work with municipalities here in the county, and especially economic development and providing services for the citizens of Nash County.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Motion carried with 1 no. All right? Motion denied.
What would be the next step in the process?
I mean, why don't we talk and go from there to figure out how to get it brought back up, if that's y'all's intent?
Yes, we definitely would. The commissioners in Spring Hope want this to proceed, so.
Okay, I mean, ask your county attorney, your city attorney, town attorney to reach out to me, and we can get together and figure out how we can go about doing that. I think there may be requirements. I don't know what the requirements will be regarding public hearing or whatever, but we'll talk about it.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you
All
for
right,
letting us
thank
speak today.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to item number 9, request for consideration of a temporary development moratorium on major residential development. Mr. Joseph Bailey. All right, welcome. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Good morning.
All right.
Morning.
Well, I was going to make a comment real quick if it was all right on what the mayor was talking about. Maybe one of the good things that y'all could do is have a vote on it, involving everybody in Spring Hope and in the, expansion of that area. And, we got a wonderful voting system. That would probably be something good, get the word out and let everybody come and vote on it, and then it could give y'all an idea how y'all would like to vote on it. Maybe that would help. But I'll go on with this. So what I want y'all to consider, you don't have to do any of this, or I'm not asking you to, 100% do this, but, and I also, I had presented the petition last month, and I also have these signatures that I will, because this all goes along with the petition that I presented, and I will give this to be put on the record, because it is now, I think 239 signatures was in the last one, and that one will have 325, if I'm not mistaken. I do have some written signatures that I need to get copies of, and I will also add them in there. And I have not picked up the other ones, so I imagine a good estimate is at least 400 signatures altogether that have not been picked up yet. But as far as this moratorium, I know it'd be hard to get behind that all the way. So even if we can't do the moratorium, if we could just get some public safety capacity assessments, as far as EMS, fire, and law enforcement. And I'm not sure if y'all have done that. I was asking around, and as far as I know, it has not been done, or if it has, maybe it's been called something different, but it kind of goes along with what everybody's been saying this morning, as far as keeping up with, making sure that we're keeping up with the resources and making sure that the resources are available to everybody that's moving into Nash County, and for now and in the future. And I really think the moratorium will be good, because if we do not have these assessments, it would be good to be able to pause and get them. And are we able to talk back and forth a little bit, or? Because I would like to learn anything I can, because I'm teaching myself about all this, and if y'all have heard of it, it would be nice to know, and where we could look at that. And which is probably getting about time. If we have done them before, we probably need to do it again with all the growth that has come in the past couple of years and that's going to come. But if you look at on the agenda, let me pull this up. If we did do a moratorium, you know, it would give us time to conduct any capacity assessments that need to be that needs to take place, and evaluate infrastructure readiness and service levels as far as water and sewer. And I would like to put these assessments into the UDO so we would know what areas are eligible for more growth, and it would be the best where to put the growth, and just ensure that future development approvals align with the county's ability to safely support additional residents. So if we could get this done, I think it would benefit everybody. And I don't see a problem with pausing everything. It doesn't put people's lives at risk not to build any more houses and it would be temporary only until the assessments could be completed. And I don't see a problem with pausing and trying to make sure that we have the resources we need. Because I have talked to multiple people and volunteer firefighters and EMS and law enforcement across the county, and this is what keeps coming up. And I don't have any official reportings, but I have talked to people, and they say that, you know, there definitely could be improvements in all of the areas. And I mean, you know, it matters a whole lot. We have, you know, with all the people that come, it could increase response times and also strain our first responders. You know, I talked to a lot of deputies, and they're working 12-hour shifts, and I mean, those are long hours for anybody. It don't matter what work you're doing. And we just don't want our infrastructure to fall behind. And like you know, we've seen that happen in multiple counties across North Carolina and across the United States. And you know, I would ask for the moratorium, if we do it, you know, it's something good, because we wouldn't be approving anything while we could be having risk take place if we approve more multiple subdivisions without having the assessments. And that's just the main thing I'm trying to push, you know. But regardless of the moratorium, just the assessments will be, is at least, at the very least, what I would ask and what the residents are asking. And I mean, if you have any questions, I mean, I would love to answer them, and we can both learn from each other. I mean, I know, like I said, I'm kind of working on this by myself right now. I do have a few people that are helping me, but most of this is just research that I've done on my own. And like I said, I'm new to all this. I haven't looked into none of this before. But I mean, if there's anything that anybody can add or anything at all, I mean, it would be helpful on both of our parts.
Okay. Mr. Bailey, well, thank you for your presentation, and we will discuss it, I guess.
All right. Yeah, because, I mean, it would be good to, you know, talk to the county attorney and everybody and just see, you know, and my understanding as for the moratorium itself, it's a legal tool granted to governing bodies, especially, you know, when for times like this, when there's a substantial amount of growth. And the two main things is if you're rewriting or reviewing your UDO, and then when public safety concerns come up, those are two main things that grant you legal access to call for a moratorium. As far as what I understand, unless my understanding is wrong, that's what I've gotten out of it. And it's just, like I said, it doesn't put people's lives at risk to slow down and just evaluate everything. And that's all, at the very least, that's what I'm asking. And I just appreciate every one of y'all's time and service to this county. And I do commend y'all, for everything that y'all have done, and just like with the Spring Hope situation, that's very good that y'all were wanting to get the public started on it, and that's what we need. Is we all need to work together on this, because we all can learn from each other. It doesn't matter how smart or how good you are at anything, there's always room for improvement, and you learn things every day. So, I mean, I think the more we can work together, the better we can, tackle any situation that comes the county's way. And right now I've said it before, and right now is the most important time probably in this county's history to be a commissioner. And I thank y'all for everything you're doing and everything that we're going to do. But I think that's the main thing, and y'all have copies of it, and like I said, all this stuff aligns with the petition as well, and it goes into deeper detail in the petition, because it also involves the farmland and everything. But right now, the main concern is just public safety, and that's what all the residents have continued to bring up. But I appreciate y'all's time and everything.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Davis.
May I comment?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bailey, I'd just like to thank you for your time you've spent on this. I know it's been a lot
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you've worked on, getting signatures, talking to local citizens. I think it is a reasonable ask. There's been a lot of growth down in your area. I mean, it has been exponentially more than other parts of the county. And just to make sure that the services are being provided there
Yes, ma'am.
that are expected by everyone. I think that is reasonable, and I appreciate you bringing it to this board, and we will consider it.
Yes, ma'am, and that's just the main thing. I just want to make sure that wherever growth is coming, I just want to make sure we all have the resources that we need, everybody. And it just doesn't involve our first responders. I mean, it's all the resources of the county, which I know y'all know that, and I think the assessments would be good for everybody, just to make sure whatever is needed. And then, because it's going to involve everybody. We had to talk to all the towns and get information from all the towns and all the first responders and resources. But I think it's something that would be very beneficial to everybody. So then we know exactly where the growth is needed and where growth is not needed. If we're falling behind in one area and the other area needs some growth, and I think it would just be the best thing for everybody involved. But I sure appreciate it.
All right, Commissioner Bellfield.
Yes, sir.
You requesting temporary, but you're talking about for a year, 2 years, or?
Just to get the assessments done, and however long that would take, and I'm not familiar with how long they would take, but I guess it would just be as how many resources you put into it, because I mean, it could possibly be done in a month or two. I would like to see it aligned with the UDO. I think would be the best process. So whenever the UDO would be finished, I think that would be the best time. And I think I have talked to some people, and they said that they're looking at finishing the UDO probably around May or April, May, June, midsummer, probably July, but I mean, y'all know more about it than I do. So however long the UDO would go on, I think that would be the best process of what I've looked into. And it wouldn't be on any major residential subdivisions, and I think most counties recognize a major subdivision as anything more than 10 houses, but I mean, you could put it at whatever you want. I think it would be generous enough to do anything over 30 houses, because that would be major impact on the resources and infrastructure. I would think anything over 30, because you're looking at least 2 people per house, I would imagine. So anything over 30, you're looking at 60 extra people. And I know, and I'm not saying y'all do this, but I know some people, they look at more people as more money coming in for the county, and that may be true, but the way I look at it, and I'm sure a lot of the first responders look at it as it's more people to take care of and more people that you're going to need to take care of them people. So that's how I would look at it, is it's more people to feed, more people to, that need emergency services, and just more responsibility for the county is the way I look at it. And I'm, like I said, I'm not saying y'all look at it as money or not, or nothing like that. I just know, you know, in past cases, because, you know, a lot of major counties that are growing, they call for these assessments. And I think Orange County, Wake County, and I forgot the name of the other one, just to mention a few, they have done these assessments. And Wake County, I think, has done multiple assessments over the course of years. So I think it was something that we could add in to, you know, figure out a time frame, maybe every 2 years, every 4 years, something that is to be done every so often, just to see where the county's at. And like I said, I don't know if there may be something that has already been done that's like that, and it may be called something different. I'm not aware of it. I haven't been able to find it.
Okay, Mr. Bailey, we're going to take a pause on,
It's a lot to look into, and that.
right, we have received your petition and your information. And
Chairman?
Mr. Howell.
Yes, sir. If I could just, I would like to request if staff could get with the planning department and our attorney and just look and see what the feasibility of this it would look like as far as putting some numbers to it, how it actually would work. And then one other addition to this, I would ask that they be considered also would be the data centers, because we currently have nothing on data centers in our program. And if something would come up, I mean, we'll all see what's happened in Tarboro and around Tarboro, what's going on over there. So I would ask that be added to that consideration as well and looked at and give some advisement back to the board on what our options are.
Okay, this was an information-only subject, so we're going to take in consideration all that has been presented and all that has been said.
Yes, sir.
If there's nothing else, I want to thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir, and I thank y'all for listening.
All right. Okay, we're going to move to our next item, number 10, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CZ 260201, Williams Run, Section 2, Phase 2 subdivision. Mr. Tyson?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started with that item, I just want to call to the board's attention that both this item and the following item are located in close physical proximity to each other. Our first planning item this morning is going to be this property to the left here, which is the Williams Run Section 2, Phase 2 subdivision rezoning. And then the property to the right is the West Horns Church Road rezoning, which is agenda item number 11, which will follow. And so there are two independent requests, but I just wanted to point out their physical proximity before we begin the discussion. The first of these two items, the subject property consists of 3 adjacent tracts of land that total 71.75 acres. They are owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation, the tract to the south, and then the 2 tracts to the north are owned by Joan Joyner Taylor. These are located on the north side of Strickland Road in southern Nash County. They're northeast of the actual town of Bailey. And as you can see by the green color on the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen, they're currently zoned R40 single-family residential. This property is located across Strickland Road from an RA20CZ medium-density residential conditional zone, shown here in yellow on the south side, right here. That was established back in August 2021 for the 149-lot Williams Run Section 1 subdivision. And of course, that was compliant with the land use plan that was in effect at that time, but the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size would no longer be compliant with the current land use plan. This property is also located directly beside 7 lots that were subdivided in October of last year. They are interlined right here. Those were subdivided
at 40,000 square foot each, so they did not require a rezoning to be considered by the board, and they are Williams Run Section 2, Phase 1. So this area would be Phase 2 is what we're considering. To give some history on the project, back in January, you'll remember that this board reviewed a very similar conditional rezoning request made by the same applicant, the C.T. Williams Corporation, proposing rezoning the same property to the same RA30 CZ zoning district for the development of the Williams Run Section 2 Phase 2 subdivision. Back in January, the board ultimately denied the request with a split vote of 6-1, and the stated reason was due to the presence of incompatible land uses and a lack of buffering proposed between the new development and the adjacent properties. The applicants now resubmitted the conditional rezoning request with the following additions that are noted in bold in your staff report. First, there is a proposed 4-rail vinyl fence to be installed along the subject property's frontage on Strickland Road. And so that would be on the north side of Strickland Road for the length of the development. Secondly, around the perimeter of the subject property, with the exception of along Strickland Road, but along all the other adjacent property lines, the applicant has proposed a vegetative screening buffer that would be planted or preserved. That buffer would comply with the rules referenced in our UDO for roadside buffer yards. These are the buffer yards that are typically required on commercial properties between parking lots and the public road rights of way. The specific standards for the buffer, letter A, they have a minimum width of 10 feet and shall include perpetually maintained natural or planted vegetation. Letter B, they must contain at least one canopy tree for each 60 linear feet of road frontage, and each tree shall be a minimum of 8 feet in height and a minimum caliper of 2 inches as measured 6 inches above grade at the time they're planted. Letter C, each tree shall be a species which can be expected to attain a minimum height of 40 feet and have a crown width of 30 feet or greater. Letter D, the buffer shall also contain evergreen shrubs planted 4 feet on center, which are of a species which can be expected to reach a minimum height of 36 inches and a minimum spread of 30 inches within 3 years of planting. And finally, letter E, all portions of the buffer not planted with trees or shrubs shall be planted with grass, ground cover, or natural mulch of a minimum depth of 3 inches. So the addition of this buffer is the applicant's direct attempt to address the stated reason for the previous denial of the conditional rezoning, which was the presence of incompatible adjacent land uses and the lack of buffering at that time. This rezoning request has been submitted to rezone the property to RA30CZ, specifically for the Williams Run Section 2 Phase 2 subdivision. Approval of the request would have 3 substantial impacts. The minimum lot area would be reduced from the current 40,000 square feet area per lot to 30,000 square feet, which would increase the permitted residential density. Number 2, double-wide manufactured homes, along with a handful of other land uses, which are permitted for development in the current R40 zoning district, would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed RA30 CZ zoning district. And of course, the subject property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan. This is a conditional rezoning, so there is the opportunity to attach reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. The applicant has notified me and confirmed this morning that they do wish to make a change to the sketch plan that is before you there. That sketch plan shows 76 new residential lots and 5 new public rights-of-way. Because the applicant is in continued conversation and discussion with Mr. Josh Lamb, the owner of this adjacent property here, which is at 3766 Strickland Road, regarding his path that crosses the front portion of this property. The applicant would like to remove from the sketch plan for the board's consideration these 12 lots that are between Strickland Road and Mr. Josh Lamb's property, as well as the new proposed public road right-of-way from the sketch plan. Instead of the adjacent buffer, vegetative buffer, following the boundary of that, it would come in diagonally here between the lots that would remain to the left and the lots that will be removed to the right. This will leave the path serving Mr. Josh Lamb's property from Strickland Road undisturbed. And if this would be approved without that section of the sketch plan, the applicant would have to come back and request an amendment through the full rezoning process before they could rezone that property. To be clear, the property would still stay within the boundary of what's being rezoned, but if we remove these 12 lots in the road from the approved sketch plan, they could not proceed or pursue that development without returning to the board to ask for an amendment to approve it. And so that is the change that the applicant wishes to make this morning. All of the residential lots would be accessed from the new interior roads. None would have direct driveway access to Strickland Road. The sketch plan proposes stub road connections to the immediately adjacent properties to both the east and west sides of the subject property, providing access through those new 50-foot wide public rights-of-way. Each of the new lots would have to either meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot widths that are required in the proposed RA30 CZ zoning district. And they would be required to be served by an extension of the Nash County public water system, which is already present along this stretch of Strickland Road. And so it is mandatory for the developer to extend that to serve all the new interior lots. These lots are also proposed to have individual private on-site septic systems, and any existing structures on the subject property are proposed to be removed. As with all rezoning requests, we are required by state law to consult our comprehensive land use plan. This request is consistent with the recommendations of the plan because, as you can see in the green color here, the great majority of the property is designated as a residential agricultural area, with the exception of the northwest corner up here in blue, which is designated as a water protection natural resource area due to the presence of wetlands and a potential stream feature with a riparian buffer. The plan recommends in the green area a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet. And the proposed zoning district does have a minimum residential lot size of 30,000 square feet. The plan also recommends that when rezonings are allowing for greater residential density in this area, they should prohibit the development of manufactured homes. And as I already covered, this proposed RA30 CZ zoning district does prohibit the development of manufactured homes. And finally, the subdivision sketch plan proposes the establishment of a special purpose lot up in the northwest corner where this water protection natural resource area is, that would protect those areas, prevent them from being developed, and recognize the likely riparian stream buffer that's in that area, which would be consistent with the recommendations in the plan for the protection of that water protection natural resource area. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, number one, it would not be unreasonable spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the property surrounding it. Also, approval of the request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but the new zoning district is also more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses, with the most relevant piece being that it will prohibit the development of manufactured homes, which are currently permitted on the property. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on January 29th and recommended approval of it, subject to the development conditions that are suggested in your staff report. The Planning Board reviewed this request back on February 16th. I would note, of course, that the applicant had not proposed the removal of this portion of the sketch plan at the time that the planning board reviewed it. There were 6 members of the public present at the meeting who addressed the board in opposition to the request. They are listed in the staff report for your review. They stated concerns regarding the proposed increase in residential density, the loss of farmland to residential development, a failure to preserve the rural character of the area, the lack of existing public sewer service, the inability of the existing public water infrastructure to provide fire suppression service, the potential impacts on local traffic safety, the potential impacts on local water supply and quality, a potential increase in trespassing, difficulty for large farm equipment to access adjacent fields, a request to preserve the existing path, which we discussed earlier, serving Mr. Lamb's property at 3766 Strickland Road, and a request for the developer to provide additional visual screening in addition to what is currently being proposed around the perimeter of the development in the form of a berm. Mr. Cecil Williams was also present at the meeting and addressed the board on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request. At that meeting, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend denial of the request, finding the request to be consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan, but unreasonable and not in the public interest for this specific location. Do you have a suggested motion for approval of the request as well as a suggested motion for denial of the request? I would like to call your attention to the development conditions that are listed under the motion for approval in the event that the board decides to take that route. The first development condition there lists some very cosmetic minor corrections that need to be made to the sketch plan, which really have no substantive impact on our consideration of the development this morning. Secondly, the subject property would be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan for the Williams Run Section 2 Phase 2 subdivision. And so if we were to move forward with the applicant's request, that condition would need to be amended to note the removal of the 12 lots, lots 65 through 76, located just south of the Mr. Josh Lamb property, as well as the proposed public road to serve those lots. They would relocate the vegetative buffer to this diagonal property line in here because this would no longer be within the plan for immediate development. And again, I do want to note that that area stays within the boundary of what's being rezoned. And so if this is removed from the sketch plan, the developer cannot pursue the development of that area without going through an amendment process that would be truly the entire rezoning process again for that portion, and would have to obtain approval from the commissioners before developing that area south of the Mr. Josh Lamb property. The subject property would be limited to development for those land uses that are permitted in the RA 30 zoning district. Again, as noted previously, the developer will have to extend the public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the property. The developer, as they have volunteered to do, shall install a 4-rail vinyl fence for aesthetic purposes along the subject property's frontage on Strickland Road. The developer shall establish that vegetative screening buffer around the exterior of the property in condition number 6, and it echoes those standards for the buffer that we reviewed at the beginning of the report. Number 7, if there happens to be natural vegetation existing within that buffer area that will be comparable to those standards, that it may be preserved by the developer instead of having it torn up and replanted. However, it will be Nash County's responsibility to determine if that preserved natural vegetation is sufficient. And if it is not, then it'll have to be supplemented with additional plantings in order to be comparable to the standards that we reviewed. Number 8, the developer will require a property owners association to own and maintain the special purpose lots. Number 9 outlines the future approvals that would have to be obtained from state and local agencies before they could go to construction. Number 10, prior to the recording of lots 10, 11, 12, 13, or the special purpose lot for open space and wetlands preservation. This is up in the northwest corner where I noted we have some existing wetlands and a likely riparian buffer. Prior to the recording of those lots, the developer will need to obtain and submit a stream buffer determination in relation to that potential 50-foot wide riparian stream buffer on that northwest corner of the subject property. But again, it is designated as a common area open space lot to avoid disturbance of that environmentally sensitive portion of the property. Condition number 11 would really no longer be relevant because it talks about maintaining the unobstructed access to the property at 3766 Strickland Road. And of course, if we remove this portion from the sketch plan, the path that currently provides access will remain unchanged. Number 12 would not be relevant anymore, given that the home would not need to change its address unless and until that path is modified in the future. And number 13 and 14 are standard boilerplate conditions that we have on every conditional rezoning. With that, I will pause and take any questions from the board. I know that it is unfortunate that we don't have a sketch plan that shows exactly what the developer is asking for, but I think we can picture that it would be everything we're looking at here minus what's to the right of this line that I'm making with the mouse, which would remain undeveloped and would preserve the existing path, providing access to the Lamb property. And I'll be glad to take any questions before we move into a public hearing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tyson. Any questions for Mr. Tyson?
Got one
Commissioner.
question for Mr. Tyson. The path or the easement, show me exactly where that's at in relation to those 12 properties.
So it kind of cuts across at a diagonal right about in there from Strickland Road to the south side of Mr. Lamb's property. And of course, if those lots and that road were developed, it would require that to be disturbed and removed. But the removal of that section will leave that path undisturbed.
So that's still a temporary easement, it's not permanent?
I'm not sure that it's an easement. It is owned property that's owned by C.T. Williams Corporation, but I believe that Mr. Lamb has hired an attorney to explore his potential right to have that preserved, which is not really our issue today. But I've not seen documentation that it's an easement, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the C.T. Williams Corporation as the property owner doesn't have a right or doesn't have an obligation to preserve it. And that is something that they will continue discussing, but they're hopeful to move forward with the western part of the development, whether or not they're able to reach an agreement with Mr. Lamb about the path in the future.
Well, I call it an easement because it's accessing the property, so.
Right.
Then sometime in the future, they could come back and request that these properties be put back in.
Correct, but they'd have to go through the full
planning board.
rezoning process through a public hearing to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Tyson, I don't quite understand, following up on Mr. Outlaw's question. You're saying if we rezone it today, that portion would be rezoned R30. Normally, when something is already zoned, we don't go through that process. What makes the difference that this one would have to come back to us?
So when we establish a conditional zone, we're creating a unique zoning district that is specifically for the property. And a condition of that would be that the developer can only develop that property according to the sketch plan that's approved by the commissioners. If the commissioners attach a condition that specifically removes that section, but includes that area within the boundary of the zone, which is what the applicant has told me they want to do, the only way they can make any changes within the boundary of that property, so inside this red line, would be to come back and get permission. They could have left it out of the boundary, and then they could have developed it at a R40 standard, but they've chosen to leave it in, and that gives the board the power to prevent them from developing it until they come back and through a public hearing process, ask to have it developed. It's because it remains within the boundary. So when you make a conditional zone that includes it, you can't develop it except specifically the way that the board has given them permission. And they're asking the board to give them permission to develop on the left side, but not on the small right-hand side.
So the fact that it's a conditional rezoning, it makes it have to come back to.
It allows the board to exercise tighter control over it than normal.
I got it. Thank you, sir.
Got a follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. So just,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Commissioner Leggett?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner Outlaw.
So if in the future, this access on these 12 lots is removed, then access to the land property would be through the subdivision as we've discussed in the past? So you'd come through the subdivision to get into the property?
So the land property will receive a stub road connection on the western side, but until such time that that path, there's some sort of agreement and an additional rezoning, they would not necessarily have to use that stub road connection through the subdivision. But regardless, they're going to get a stub road connection to that property. But until this property to the south is developed or not at some point in the future, they won't have to necessarily come and go through that stub road. They can continue to utilize the path.
I understand that, but if that path is eliminated in the future, however that happens, then access to that property is through the subdivision.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I will remind you that we're going to look at a subdivision on the east side of that property that also proposes a stub road. And so really, if that one gets approved, you know, there will be multiple options for access to that property, but it's hard to forecast in what order they would happen.
Commissioner Leggett?
Thank you. Mr. Tyson, my question was about the vegetative buffers that are being proposed as a condition. How do those vegetative buffers compare to maybe what's being discussed in our UDO rewrite meetings? Are they less or more or pretty similar?
I would say they're less than what the steering committee has at least supported thus far for incorporation into the new UDO around new subdivisions. Certainly it's more than what was proposed last time, but I would say that this does not rise to the level of what we're looking at for future development in the new UDO.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion for Mr. Tyson? Question?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howard?
Help me understand, we're taking a stub road out or access road in 12 lots. Why wouldn't that be considered more than minor changes?
Because it's not adding anything, it's taken away. So it is less, it reduces the scope and the intensity. Certainly, the Board of Commissioners could refer it back to the Planning Board if you thought that that was important. If they were adding to or increasing the intensity, then there would be no question that that's what needs to happen. But since we're taking lots and roads off the board and shrinking the development, it doesn't necessarily have to go back to the Planning Board for reconsideration.
So just in general, for general purpose, for my sake going forward, so really, it's not minor changes, it's only if you're doing additional changes. So if you're reducing the density, it doesn't matter how much they change, it doesn't have to go back. So if they took away 50 lots, it wouldn't matter, even though it's a major change versus a minor.
Right. Since now, if it were to get approved and then they wanted to make a change, that would be much tougher. We're still in the proposal process right now, so it's a little more flexible. But I think your point is correct, that between the Planning Board and the Board of Commissioners, if they increase the scope, then they have to go back. If they decrease the scope, then it's only at the board's discretion whether they go back, and the board could choose to act on it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Seeing no further question for Mr. Tyson, is there a motion to go into open public hearing on this matter?
So moved.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Bellfield, that we go into open public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. We are now in a public hearing for the rezoning request. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak?
Yes, I would.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me start my timer. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Hill. I'm with the law firm of Smith Anderson, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, C.T. Williams Corporation. It's our understanding that we can address you for 5 minutes during this public hearing portion and then come back at the end and address you at that time. So we have a presentation we plan to go through on the back end, but for now, we just wanted to let you know that we're here and mention a few high-level points for when you're listening to the public hearing. Mr. Tyson did a good job of going over the request, and just to add on a little bit more too, we received a letter late Thursday from an attorney representing Mr. Lamb with questions and wanting to talk about the access. Now, we believe that is a private issue and that those two are the rezoning and the access are two separate issues. However, to move this forward and prevent further delay, the applicant has amended the request to remove those 12 lots and make those other modifications that Mr. Tyson addressed. Now, just a couple other high-level points for now. We think it's important to look at this rezoning request overall and compare the zoning district of R40 to RA30. And when you do that, you'll see that there are a number of uses that are allowed today in R40 that will be removed by this rezoning request. Manufactured homes is one that Mr. Tyson mentioned, but there's a whole lot of other uses, including solar farms and other non-agricultural and non-residential uses. We have a chart when we get to our presentation on the back end that has a list of those uses, but we just want to point that out because there is a major difference in what is allowed, and it technically makes this a downzoning as that term is defined currently in state law. With respect to the development of single-family dwellings, there is a reduction in the lot size, which does allow for more lots. However, in this case, there's some unique circumstances present at the property, specifically 8 acres of wetland area that's not going to be developed, which reduces the overall development potential of this property assemblage. And then nearly every other development regulation remains the same in both zoning districts. They both have the same minimum lot width. They have nearly identical setbacks. There's one minor change, and then the landscaping, screening, parking requirements all remain the same. Now, we also believe that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have come through it front to back, and we believe it's consistent with nearly every applicable policy. And again, when we get back to our presentation, we have a slide that shows those policies. And then just the last part I'll say is that at the last meeting, there were 2 issues that this board raised for the denial, one being the lack of buffering and the other being the presence of incompatible land uses. We believe that we've addressed both of those. As Mr. Tyson mentioned, we've added the buffers and the fence along Strickland Road. And then with the land uses, we've obviously amended to remove the 12 lots below Mr. Lamb's property. And as I explained earlier, there's several other non-residential, non-agricultural uses that are currently allowed at the property, which will be removed and make this, or guarantee the use of this parcel will be consistent with what exists on the ground today. So that is just really high level. We will come back at the end and listen to the other comments and hopefully address any questions at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are we allowed to ask her a question at this time?
Yes, we're gonna come back and ask the developers, you can be part of the developer, and we'll ask those questions then.
So not now, we'll do it at the end.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
after the other public
Okay.
speak. State your name and,
Good morning, my name is Joseph Bailey. I spoke with y'all earlier. And I actually have a authorization to speak on Josh Lamb's behalf, not to make any, not to make any legal decisions, but just here to speak. And his main concern is making sure that he has access to his property, and he would like to keep the access he has now, which has been in his family for over 100 years. His daddy cut that path, and he's 80 years old. So, and not to mention that that property has exchanged hands, I would say, probably, to my understanding, 3 times in the past couple of years. It used to belong to the farmers, and then there's another man named Carol Coleman. He was managing the land, and so any easements that may have been given to Josh's family, they have gotten lost over time, or maybe there never was one, but as for him having access to that path for over 20 years, there is a thing called a cartway law, which grants access to land if it's used for farming or timber purposes, to cut down trees. But regardless, I know they say that is a personal matter, but we can see now that it is it's something that could be prevented here today, or, in the near future. I wouldn't, if I was a commissioner myself, or, just as being part of the public, I don't feel comfortable with this being approved without having some kind of written easement or agreement to where he still has access to his property. And as far as the stub roads, I see that as, I already see problems with that. If you could put a stub road on each end, which is what they're planning on doing, you're going to have trespassing, concerns and stuff, because it's going to be seen as access without it being, even though it will not be paved, it's going to give people access to cross his land, and it's something that can be prevented. And I would suggest, if I was, me and Josh has talked about this, and I would suggest that maybe there needs to be a fence put up on that particular side. There is already a vegetative buffer there, and it's probably, I don't know, 5 foot wide. It's a line of trees, and it's supposed to be on Josh's property line. So if they would go off of that vegetative screening, it technically wouldn't be part of the development, it would be part of Josh's. So I don't see that being adequate unless they do put something else there, which I think a fence would be fine, and it would block access to his land. But that would be if they gave him some sort of permanent access, which would be the best thing for just to have that path there. And not to mention, I haven't seen nothing. I know I brought it up about the fire hydrants. There's no fire hydrants in none of the subdivisions that have been built. And also, I have a picture here if you want to put it on the thing so they can look at it. Just to give you an idea of how wide these roads are if you have not seen it. I took this yesterday, and this is in the subdivision right across the road. And it's kind of, so, there's already cars parked on the side of the street, as you see, and, my car is, I'll be generous and say 6 or 7 foot wide, and that's my car right there, and I just can't fit through there. So if you don't do anything with the roads as it is, I would have a hard time seeing fire trucks and EMS going in and out. And if you have a dire emergency, those seconds are going to count, including, trying to put fire hydrants out there. I know it's been brought to the attention that, yes, they have pools and stuff they can put out there, but instead of one good team of firefighters going out there and hooking up to the hydrant and taking care of the situation, it may end up involving multiple fire departments across the whole county. And when seconds, seconds matter when it comes to people's lives, and that's something that I think needs to be considered. But I'm about out of time, so I guess that's it. But the path is his main concern. As long as he has a path, he don't really, I mean, the buffers or something, but.
That's time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Good morning, state your name.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Pitts, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I live near the parcel under consideration for rezoning. And I am speaking in opposition to the proposed rezoning. And first, I'd like to state my support for the moratorium that Mr. Bailey has proposed on all new development. And I think what he said was really great and made a lot of sense for Nash County. And so I have a few points of discussion for your consideration. First, the proposed rezoning would increase residential density in an area that is already quite strapped for resources. So things like water, EMS, things that have already been mentioned. Also, internet, schools, fire, EMS. Could we go back to the map where I think it's maybe 2 clicks back? Right there, that one. So look at all of those lots and just imagine those up at the top in that red space. That's a lot of people. And we currently, I don't think we have the resources to support that growth. Just this week, our household experienced 3 power outages, which is crazy. I'm not sure if these power outages are related to the increased development in our area, but I know from other individuals in our area that there have been water shortages and similar resource limitations due to the increase in development in our region. Our area simply does not have the infrastructure necessary to sustain the number of houses that have been built and are currently proposed to being built. So that's my first point. My second point is that the current plans as they stand could really threaten the safety of the children and others that would live in these neighborhoods. There is large farm equipment, not to mention highways and roads, that children will be exposed to. There are not sidewalks proposed in the developments. As you saw from Mr. Bailey's picture, the roads are very narrow. And currently, farmers are having to pass through these narrow areas to access their fields. I can only imagine what houses and that when additional houses and children are present, it will be an enormous safety concern. And the health director who came up here and talked about National Public Health Week, I think that is very timely for this issue. She talked about having equitable access to resources to support health. And so that includes neighborhoods that have wide streets, nice sidewalks, buffering, open spaces for people to be physically active in. And that is not what is currently proposed. My point number 3 is that the aesthetic appeal of Nash County is one of the reasons that people move here and stay here. The developments that are proposed will not contribute to the aesthetic appeal of Nash County. An engineered berm that meets the requirements of the new UDO would improve the aesthetic appeal of future developments. Lastly, Nash County leaders, including yourselves, have had the great foresight to improve the current UDO and are working on revising this to be more updated and more fitting to the vision of Nash County that will make it an attractive place to live in the future. I hope the new UDO will include the need for engineered berms and vegetation, open space, sidewalks, and things like that in all new developments. And I am in support of this revised UDO that includes such things. And I agree with others who have encouraged the commissioners to put a temporary moratorium on new developments that do not follow such smart growth patterns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Good morning, state your name.
Good morning, Amy Pearson, 6127 Strickland Road. And if I could get a little bit of help with the videos that I sent you, and then also, I'm going to ask, do I approach to give these to the commissioners, or does someone else do that? Who?
To the clerk.
To the clerk, okay. Please. This goes upside down.
No, it's the way you see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that you had it in your hands to have reference after we look at this again. I would like for you to look here. This is a split rail fence that Mr. Williams put up on the property that is by the Miss Elizabeth. She came before and spoke with us. That's her farm. And if you notice, there is a tree right at the end of that fence line, which is in the easement. So that narrows the area for you to be able to get in. And so at this time, this is how tractors would have to get into a farm that Mr. Williams owns the property to the left and the right of that fence that goes down in front of the homes that are already there before you get to the property that's being proposed today. So this is how tractors are now supposed to get in, and if they could, they would take a huge risk of knocking down his fence, and we know that we don't need that to happen. And so with that being said, now the farmers that are getting to her land are having to go through a roundabout way, and they are borrowing 2 farms to be able to get to her farm. So we already have this problem. So if you look at the other side of what you have, and then this is another angle showing you that fence line that he put up after there were speaking against this before. So this is how the reaction happens. So now I wanted you to look at this, if you would please. And that's the same fence line on the left, but down the street, that is how those homes look across from where it's being proposed today. So these homes are trying to get their privacy, so they put up these fences. So now what we're talking about is we're going to put a split rail fence down Strickland Road, and then we're going to have these private homeowners to put another fence that's going to be not a beautiful thing for Nash County. So the split rail fence, I think this should show that that is not a good option for on the right-of-way of Strickland Road. So now what I would like to do, these videos are very short, and if you could just show those videos, again, I'm not going to talk a lot. I think that you can see for yourself what has been happening in these neighborhoods. This is video showing you if you were to drive through these neighborhoods, you have the truck on that side, then you have your trash cans. That shows you how much room is there between your vehicle and the vehicle on the street. And these are very short. So. Then you would have to maneuver a tractor to go through by this other car. So this is just showing you another video of going through cars in this area. And these homes, the area is so small that they have to park on the street. And I have picture after picture of just cars on the street everywhere. You could not get a tractor through these streets if you had to. And there's not a reason for us to believe that when there's homes built on the other side of Strickland Road that it's going to be any different. So here you have a kid on a bicycle. So these are neighborhoods. There have been 533 homes approved in this very small area. And now, today, with the two proposals that are up for today, would be another 125. So that's 658 homes. There aren't 658 people in this town of Bailey. So you take that times 2 or 3 and look at how many people we're going to have coming in. And as you can see, there's people on the street, they're talking, they should be. It's a neighborhood. And so all of these people, I mean, in this small amount of area, we need to be considering the safety of the people within these neighborhoods. We need to be considering our public safety, our agricultural concerns, and even today, Mount Pleasant is understaffed today and closed. We don't have the resources. We need the resources, and we need to build the resources. Nash County is not ready. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Good morning, state your name.
Good morning. Heather Fitch, 4462 Stony Hill Church Road. I'm going to echo Ms. Amy Strickland's comments, and here we are again today. 4 years ago, we were discussing the what-ifs and what could happen, and we've seen that. I am opposed to the current plan in which you all were presented with this property, and the reason being is because I am a landowner down the street from where current Williams property is at. And some of the things that were promised, such as allowing the school buses to enter in and out of the community, and also an area for the children to play, they were not fulfilled. Right now, we are having an increase of trespassing that's happening on our property and also neighbor property. Last Sunday evening, I received a disturbing phone call from 911 Communications for Nash County because somebody was apparently shooting on our property with an automatic rifle. I don't know who that was, and if you're from a rural area, you kind of know who's shooting because you know the sounds of their guns and where their property is. These developments, I encourage you to go to other counties outside of Nash and look at the developments in which they're developing. We should hold our developers up to a standard to provide greenway spaces, spaces for kids to play, playgrounds in these cul-de-sacs. We're essentially approving communities. And I would also encourage you to prevent from homes being built on these main roads. Speeding has increased, even though you have the 45-mile-per-hour sign on the road. Speeding it's a race car track. So I would encourage you all to please slow down. Let's look to see what we can make, how Nash County can be better with these developments as we continue to grow, to allow proper playgrounds and greenway places. And I can tell you children are not going to play where the green natural habitat is being preserved. That's not a place for a child. That's not a place for family members to roam around. So let's just slow down and let's look at the better and the greater good for Nash County. And also, I'm here in supporting of the Glover Farms. They tend our property. This is what pays our bills in Nash County, and let us not forget. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request?
I would like to ask the commissioners and Ms. Amy to come up and help lay some, I've got 7 sets of photos on the overhead for y'all to see while I'm giving my speech. Is that going to be okay?
All right, good morning. State your name.
Paula Lamb, I'm sorry. And my husband and I own a farm on Strickland Road. Okay. I'll give them to you, Amy, as I'm ready for you, okay? Yes, ma'am. In my opinion, Mr. Williams has not addressed the concerns brought up at the last county commissioners meeting. Several commissioners, as well as the planning board members, were concerned that Mr. Williams was expecting the farmer to access their fields by driving their farm equipment through the housing development. This is a big safety issue, not only to the children living and playing in the developments, but also to the farmers operating his large farm equipment down and around the streets in the development. Mr. Williams stated that he researched that farm tractors were only 10 feet wide, imagine that, and should have no problem driving through the development even if they had to use the shoulder. He did mention that the residents were not allowed to park on the side of the road, yet as you saw in the video that Miss Amy showed and these pictures, this was not true. Mr. Steve Pitts, the farmer who rents Mr. Josh's land, has a tractor that measures 15 feet wide and a cotton planter that measures 24 feet wide, just to name a few of his farming equipment he uses on Mr. Josh's land, as shown in these pictures. Making it virtually impossible to drive through the development. In my opinion, the standard should remain a minimum of a 1 acre lot. Mr. Williams proposed a 4-rail vinyl fence running along the north side of Strickland Road that is very similar to the fence Mr. Williams installed on the deeded access of the Dickerson property, along with the pecan tree that Mr. Williams stated would not be removed, continues to prevent the farmer from being able to cross into the fields, as seen as that photo. The distance of 24 feet between the fence is not wide enough for today's farm equipment. This particular tractor itself measures over 13 feet wide from the outside of tire to the outside of the other tire, not including the attachments. This proposed fence will not enhance the development. It does not hide the back of the houses that will be built along Strickland Road, as shown in these pictures. Who will be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of this fence? Mr. Williams also proposed a 10-foot wide natural or installed vegetation buffer. The word "or" can be any neglected or unsightly. The property owner along the adjacent farmland may also choose to mow these areas down. We requested a berm with vegetation and trees on the proposed development on West Orange Church Road and would like to see the same on Strickland Road. We would like to see an engineered berm, a minimum of 6 feet high, very similar to the ones you see here in these photos. An engineered berm not only obstructs the view of the back of these houses, but it also allows them privacy. This type of engineered berm consists of culverts where needed, would reduce soil erosion, prevent the risk of flooding to the crops, and prevent runoff from entering into live bodies of water. It would also prevent the drifting of airborne chemicals from crop spraying. It is a visual upgrade compared to the development that you see on the south side of Strickland. Can the board justify adding another 76 houses to the north side of Strickland Road to the already taxed county water system? Are the taxpayers going to have to pay to bring the water system to the development? Here's the name and list of various complaints concerning low water pressure and discoloration of the water in their homes using the county's public water system. These complaints can be seen on the Bailey Community Facebook page. In my opinion, there's those names. In my opinion, this, as well as other proposals, should be put on hold until the finalization of the UDO is complete. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the public on this rezoning request? Good morning. State your name.
My name is Chance Pitts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live close to the area under consideration for rezoning. I am speaking in the opposition of the rezoning. Our area of Nash County does not have resources needed to support much growth in such small amount of time. Our area simply does not have enough resources related to water, electricity, emergency services, and even schools. I am also opposed to the rezoning because of the unsafe natural of the neighborhood being prospered. They don't have wide enough streets or sidewalks for children to run and play safely. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Good morning. State your name.
It's Andrew Lamb. I ain't going to try and beat a dead horse here. I'm repeating everything everybody else said. But I kind of wondered how come this wasn't advertised. Normally they put a sign out by the road that states that there's going to be a meeting about rezoning the property, and it wasn't put out this time. But I don't know. I think it's R40. It should stay R40. I'll be punished for speaking out at this meeting again. Last time we got a camera installed in our driveway. But good times. I appreciate y'all's time for letting me speak. Keep it short and sweet.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning. State your name. Okay.
Good morning, you all. I live on 4084 Strickland Road, and I just want to thank him for that beautiful fence, and I thank him for his security, because that camera might keep out a lot of his people across on the north side, south side coming north. But anyhow, if he is going to harass us, what do you think he's doing to older people who aren't able to come here and to speak? First of all, if he would have been nice, and he is a respectable person to a certain extent, because we all have good in us, I hope. But anyhow, if he's going to cause so much commotion in a community, why does he want to keep on harassing people who have not done anything to him? And of course, as he was saying about that beautiful fence, it's 2 inches. I guess that's 2 inches, but that's about what it is off of the property line where I have a statement staying from Roy Cooper Sr., Roy Cooper Jr., that easement is legal. And the thing of it is, I don't know what's going on my side of the street. It's so important that we need a camera in order for somebody to let us know what's going on in the world. I mean, it's on his phone. Who cares? It don't bother me. If I want to come in at midnight, I come in at midnight. If I want to go out at 4 o'clock in the morning, I do that. I'm a country girl. Always have been, always will be. And you're taking the country away from us, even though I can get up here and give a good speech, which I'm not a speaker. But the thing of it is, the more I speak, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Wayne Outlaw. The more I speak, sometimes the more aggressive I get, because I stop and I think about homeowners association. Y'all have never considered how it affects the people that are living there. We don't know anything about the homeowners association, and it's going to be right there in my front yard. The homeowner association is going to have rights, and the more people you put together, the more commotion you're going to have. And the noise, I am used to being quiet. I like it off the road. That's why we built off the road. And the thing of it is, Our neighbors should not be affected by people who goes into their home and harass them or try to blackmail them. Of course, it wasn't in writing, but in speech. Everybody knows everybody's reputation. If you would live your life so others can see what a good person you are, when you die, you preach your own funeral, whether you're good or bad. And I hate to say this, but that is not Christ-like not to love your neighbor. Now, I love my neighbors, but the thing of it is, we have rights just as much so as those people that are building houses. It seems like we have taken our rights away from us, even though we have been there. I've been there 76 years. The house and that path, by the way, that everybody keeps talking about, was there over 150 years ago when they had Model A's and Model T's. And the thing of it is, the veteran that's buried out on that cemetery out there gave his life in World War I. And there's other people buried out there that were military people who had ingrained country in them, but not only country, but the love of their country to fight for what is right. And we as citizens of the United States should stand up for our rights. I don't care where you are or what you do. Now, I know y'all don't like me, but that's okay. My mama told me in church one time, she said, could you not wait till we got home to tell me this? Why did you have, I said, Mother, the Lord knows where you're at home or where you're at church. What difference does it make? If it's sin, it's sin. And to treat your neighbors like they're nobody or trash or below your level is wrong. And that's the way we have been treated. Called a fire department out there. And that's before he put the fence up. Put the fire department up there, and they didn't even need to be there. So he's telling us what we can do with our property, but he don't want us to tell him what he can do with his property. Looks like to me what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I appreciate these young people on our board, as well as you older ones, because you do have knowledge, and you can help them learn as well. But I appreciate the fact that they're out there, and they're talking to the public, and they're telling us what's going on. And as far as that beautiful letter I got from Nash County, I got it on Saturday. So I'm really prepared today, you know, since we had Easter yesterday. But I want to tell you all, I do appreciate you, and I appreciate the fact there's more involved. We have a water hole that's completely dry. We have a pond that is completely walk across. Not only do we, but other people on West Torrance Road, their ponds and stuff is drying up. And we even have a man within our community where you're talking about building more houses. His well has gone completely dry. This man is physically handicapped. He has to have somebody to take care of him, and there he is with no water. So we need to think about some people that have lived in this community in Nash County all their lives. And yes, we do need to know what is our rights, because with homeowners association, it seems like they have rights to do whatever they want to, whether it's shoot off a gun across the road or whether it's blow up dynamite. And I just want to thank you again for the way y'all have behaved, and I appreciate your speech about the mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name.
I'm Steve Pitts. I live close to this property being considered for rezoning. And I would just like to say that as a conditional rezoning, it doesn't seem that the conditions make it worthwhile to be rezoned as a resident of that area. So I think it needs to have sufficient buffers and that sort of thing if it's going to be, you know, worth rezoning. So I just don't feel like it's worth it. The conditions are not good enough for what it's being proposed for. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Good morning. State your name.
Joseph Lamb Jr. and 5296 West Orange Church Road in Bailey. I'm opposed to the R30 lot size. and I am support for the new homes being built in their area to be limited to a minimum of 1 acre lot. People moving to rural Nash County prefer a minimum of a 1 acre lot size or more. They are looking for privacy, space, and possibility of future home additions and outdoor activities. People are looking to live in a denser population area, such as a town, prefer a 1/4 to a 1/2 acre lot where water and sewer is already provided. I would like to see a vertical berm placed on all sides of any adjoining properties, an engineered berm consisting of planted trees, vegetation, and covers where needed, especially along Strickland Road, where the back of these houses will be facing the road. With the development of this size, fire hydrant should be in place throughout the subdivision at the developer's expense and not at the burden on the county taxpayers. I feel this is necessary due to the fire department's trucks being limited to hold only so much water. A fire truck may have to travel several miles to the nearest water source to refill. The current farmer who rents Mr. Josh Lamb's farmland enters into his field by ways of West Orange Church Road and Strickland Road. Asking Mr. Steve Pitts to drive his large equipment through a development would be a dangerous to the children and adults living in the development. The tractor he uses on Josh Lamb's land consists of a 15-foot wide tractor and implements that measures up to 24 feet wide. These large farm tractors, along with their attachments, could not safely maneuver through a development. Mr. Josh depends on his farm income to support himself and his sister, Miss June, and has the right to keep their lives as is. Don't let developers make farms on this property obsolete, as the developer has altered and constricted the entrance to the Dickerson farm and to my house located at 4184 Strickland Road since 1912. Here's a photo of the fence and the camera. Mr. Williams has also installed facing our entrance with unknown intent. In my opinion, the development should be put on hold until all these issues are resolved and revised UDO is put into place. There's a camera staring at the entrance. What's the intent on that? There's the entrance. There's never been a problem since 1912 of a farm equipment going in and out. Now there is. There's Rob Glover on the combine. Trees in the way. You can't get through there. Inside this fence area is 24 foot. Farm implements are 24 foot. It don't work. The fence needs to be wider. The tree needs to be moved. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Good morning. State your name.
My name is Robert Glover. I live at 10618 Lyles Road. I farm a lot of the land around there. The fence that they're talking about is, I mean, the man's got the right to do whatever he wants to on his property, but Joseph Lamb there, he's going to either have to buy another piece of land to get onto his property so I can get to his property to farm. So, I mean, I don't see why the fence has got to be there. If the fence hadn't been there, I could still get up and down. I don't have to get on his property to get through there, but the fence is deterring me from getting anything through there. So, I mean, I don't see, I have a problem with being developed or anything. It's just like an atomic bomb right where we're at. it's just so many houses going around there. We can't hardly keep up with everything. We can't get down the road. It takes me from going from where I go to Green Gables up there, I bet I have to pull over a dozen times for traffic. And then we don't farm with the 140 no more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this rezoning request? Okay, seeing none, does the developer wish to welcome back?
Thank you very much. So again, I'm Catherine Hill on behalf of C.T. Williams Corporation, and I am here today with Cecil Williams and Sam Johnson from C.T. Williams Corporation, who can also help answer any questions if they come up. So again, we made a few points at the beginning, but we'd like to go through our request now in a little bit more detail. Okay, just to reorient us to where we are, 3 parcels that currently total 71.75 acres. I want to talk really quickly about the surrounding zoning parcels, not so much what the surrounding on-the-ground uses. We'll talk about that in a minute, but just the surrounding zoning, because I do think it's relevant. This parcel is currently surrounded by R40 to the northeast and west, and immediately to the south on the other side of Strickland is RA20 CZ, which does allow for higher density than what's being requested today, higher residential density. And the UDO provides district intent statements, as you know, for each zoning district. There is an agricultural zoning district, as you also know, A1, and that district intent statement says it's to preserve and encourage the continued use of land for agricultural purposes and allows farm residences. Both the R40 and RA30 zoning districts, by comparison, have this as their district intent statement. The primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings. So I just want to point out that currently this is in a residential district. What we are talking about today is really a difference in lot size, not the development of residential, because residential is allowed here today, as is with all surrounding properties. Now, just, whoops, I pressed the wrong one. Let's see. Okay, again, and these slides were submitted prior to us receiving the letter late on Thursday and changing the request. So this is not the this is the unmodified version. But just a few things to point out. As I stated at the beginning, there are 8 acres of wetlands area that will be conserved in that northwestern corner, I believe. And then with respect to utilities, because that's come up a few times tonight, or this morning, the developer will be extending public water to this subdivision. And then with the additional conditions, this is the change from last time, is adding that buffer and screening along the exterior. Now, as I said at the beginning, we think it's important when you're making a decision on a rezoning to consider the big picture of what is the zoning district today versus where is the zoning district going to be if approved. And when you do that, there are a couple things to look at, and I feel like the majority of the conversation's been on single-family dwelling density, but that's just one component of the request. Here is a chart that I mentioned earlier of uses that are currently permitted in R40 that will be prohibited with the rezoning to RA30. The items you see highlighted and bolded are those that will be removed, and they include solar farms, manufactured homes, solid waste disposal, utility field office, water treatment plant. There are a number of non-residential, non-agricultural uses that are allowed today that this rezoning will remove. And I think that is part of the equation, because like I said earlier, under current state law, this is a downzoning. The removal of these uses make it a downzoning. So these uses can only ever be removed from this property if the property owner, typically in a rezoning request, makes a request for that to happen, which is what they are doing today. Now, with respect to the other development of single-family density, as you are well aware, between R40 and RA30, there is a difference of 10,000 square feet in the minimum lot size. The developer is requesting 76 minus 12 lots for this subdivision. And again, over 8 acres of wetland will be preserved with no development occurring there. With respect to other requirements for single-family developments, the difference between the two zoning districts is practically non-existent. The minimum lot width is 100 for both zoning districts. The setbacks are the same, except for a minor 10-foot difference with respect to the right-of-way setback. But then parking, landscaping, subdivision requirements, they are all the exact same for both zoning districts. With respect to landscaping and screening, in the current UDO, there is no requirement to screen single-family to single-family, and there's no requirement to screen single-family in agriculture. But based on the feedback from this board last time in January, the applicant has added that buffer that is not, again, currently required by the UDO. Now, this is just a slide that, your standard of review when hearing conditional rezonings or any zoning regulation is that you make decisions in accordance with the comp plan, and the zoning regulation shall be designed to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. And we believe this request does that. Again, we believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. Here on the slide is the main reasons for that. They're extending and utilizing public water. They're requesting a minimum of 30,000 square foot lots, which is what the comp plan contemplates. Again, removing those uses which are not compatible with the existing on-the-ground uses, protecting the wetland area, and zoning to an RA district. Now, like I said earlier, we combed through the entire comp plan front to back. A lot of times in these kind of cases, you could put a chart side by side and say, here's the comp plan policy you're consistent with, here's the ones that you're inconsistent with, and then it's a balancing of, are you consistent overall with the comprehensive plan? In this case, every applicable policy that we looked at, it is consistent with. And I would also say that the staff report does not note any inconsistent comp plan policies. Okay, and so again, from the last time we were here, this board found that the request was consistent with the comprehensive plan, but found that it was unreasonable and not in the public interest for 2 reasons. And we believe we've addressed both of these reasons. The first being the buffering. I won't keep repeating that, but they've added the buffering. With the presence of incompatible land uses, again, all surrounding properties are currently used for either single-family or agricultural uses or a combination of both. And this rezoning request will remove all of those other uses that could potentially be allowed that would be inconsistent with those on-the-ground uses, and ensure that it would be developed in a way that is compatible with the surrounding uses. And then again, the applicant has removed those 12 lots from below Mr. Lamb's property, which will maintain the status quo with respect to that area until the parties can continue to discuss, which, as I said at the beginning, we believe is a private matter between the two of them. I just want to address a couple other things that came up during the public hearing to the extent it's helpful. With respect to the stub road into Mr. Lamb's property, as well as into the property to the west, that is a requirement of the UDO, is my understanding. The UDO requires cross-access to adjacent parcels. So it is not, there was a concern about that leading to trespass and potentially putting a fence there. It's my understanding the reason why that exists is because the UDO says it has to. With respect to the access to Mr. Lamb's property, there is no known recorded easement, and whether or not that is a legally entitled easement is a question that this board cannot answer. That is a question that only a court can answer, and again, that is a private matter between the two parties, but in the interest of moving past that issue for right this moment, they have, and so give them more time also to talk to Mr. Lamb. They have taken those 12 lots out again, to remain the status quo today. And I just want to reiterate, the cross-access that's provided is there because the UDO requires it. Now, with respect, there's also concerns about the width of the road, fire hydrants. These are all things that are governed by the UDO, state law, as well as the North Carolina Fire Code. All of those codes must be met. They are not asking to get out of any codes. Really, the only thing they are asking to change is to reduce the minimum lot size. And again, in exchange, they are giving up the ability to use the property in numerous other ways. With respect to the, again, I heard a lot of concerns about the residential use of the property. Again, this is in a district that today is intended for residential use, and all the parcels surrounding it are intended for residential use. It is just a matter of, how many lots are going to be there and under what conditions. I've also heard a lot of concerns about a fence and tractor access at what sounds like a different subdivision. Again, this subdivision has, with the modification, has proposed to leave the status quo as is. So nothing would be changing with that at this time. So just kind of, I had a lot of slides on here that are no longer relevant because we've addressed that. So I'm just going to click through them. I do want to, and I can't figure out how to go back, but I do just want to, it's okay, I don't need to, I'm good. There you go. I do just want to point out one other thing too, which is that Mr. Lamb's parcel is currently, from a zoning perspective, it is currently landlocked. This rezoning would fix that issue. That may not be relevant to Mr. Lamb, but I think it's important to consider that parcel and the property as a whole. It would fix that issue. It would also bring public water lines right up to the roadway adjacent to his parcel. Again, that may not be relevant to the current owner and occupant of the parcel, but with respect to the property as a whole, this rezoning would greatly enhance and benefit that property and its future potential. If this rezoning is denied, again, this is just to summarize all the points. The property could be developed for any use that's currently allowed in R40. With respect to the development of a single-family residential subdivision, it could be developed with 40,000 square foot lots or Class A manufactured home development. That approval would be an administrative decision, which means if they meet the requirements of the UDO, they would be approved. There would be no ability to add additional conditions. So the additional conditions that are being offered today would not be a part of that. Now, by contrast, if the rezoning was granted, then it would still be developed with single-family residential density, but with a minimum increase in that density. And again, the wetlands area even further restricts how much can be developed out here. It would also remove the possibility for those other uses which are not compatible with the on-the-ground use today, and it would guarantee that you would have those extra conditions like the landscaping, buffering that are not required by the UDO. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe I heard there were some at the beginning.
All right, thank you. Questions from Commissioner?
I've got a question.
Commissioner Davis, I think.
I'll yield to Commissioner Legg in a certain area.
All right, Commissioner Legg.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. My question is, y'all had taken the 12 lots off of the map, or proposed to take the 12 lots off of the map for Mr. Lamb's easement there. But what was not addressed is his legal right to that access. And that's something that concerns me, is not having that in writing. I mean, I understand that at this time it can't be developed, but what's to say, Mr. Williams owns the property. What's to say that he can't put a fence up there at some point in time and that Mr. Lamb will no longer have that access?
So Mr. Lamb has retained an attorney who, as I stated earlier, contacted us late on Thursday. It is my understanding, I did speak to him, that he was just getting involved in the case and was getting up to speed, but they would like to talk, and we have agreed to do that. So we have modified this request so that that is being left as is, to have those conversations. And I guess to answer your question, my point is that we have heard and we are engaging, and that is our intent, is to have a discussion with Mr. Lamb about his access.
Okay, and it also concerns me, the citizens have brought forth, issues about harassment, basically, cameras being put up and fences being put up, within distances that are not practical, and just the willingness to work with the area landowners that are surrounded. That's the last comment I'll make.
Okay. And Mr. Williams is here, if you would like to hear from him. This is a land use decision, and so that's, I don't know, that's a little bit of a side issue, but Mr. Williams is here if you'd like to hear from him.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm a little bit concerned about the way this thing has developed, and my concerns are this, and I don't think you or your client caused the concern, but we were given this agenda last Wednesday evening, and of course we studied the agenda, and then one time over the weekend we got notified from the planning director that it was being withdrawn and we didn't need to prepare for this, and then maybe 24 hours later we got notified again that it wasn't being withdrawn, that we should prepare for it, and of course with the modification of taking the 12 lots off. My question is, you are saying you received notification from an attorney late on Thursday. Two questions. Why do you think it took Mr. Josh Lamb so long to get involved in this and to, at this late hour, employ an attorney when it's been going on for some 3 months? And my second question is, how did you or your client get notified about this attorney getting involved in it? Where did that notification come from?
Right. I can't speak to why the timing of Mr. Lamb, but I can tell you how we were notified. Mr. Williams received an email from Mr. Lamb's attorney with a copy of the letter, and then Mr. Williams made me aware of that letter, and I have since spoken to the attorney, who at that time, it's my understanding, he was very new and recently engaged and was getting up to speed. And again, it is our desire to have conversations, and that's why we're taking this hopefully taking this issue off of the subdivision. But again, I don't know why that this is the timing. I can just tell you how it was presented to us.
And notification came from the attorney to Mr. Williams?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I just think it's odd that it comes up this late hour, and I'm really curious as to who employed this attorney, but I know you can't answer that question.
And we don't know the answer to that either.
I'm not going to ask the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I could probably answer that. I got the authorization to speak on his behalf, and I'm familiar with the situation, if you would like to know.
Any other questions for the commissioners for the applicant?
I'd like to say a couple of things.
I didn't realize you were behind me. Go ahead.
That's
All right.
I would like to say that on Thursday afternoon, I believe it was, I got an email from Mr. Tyson that Mr. Howell had got in contact with Mr. Tyson wanting my email address. And I sent my email address back to Mr. Tyson, and about an hour later, I got the letter from Mr. Lamb's attorney. And that's sort of how that happened. I don't know anything, that's all I know. That's all I know, is that come after I provided my email address. The only other thing I do want to say is Mr. Joseph Lamb Jr.
lot to say, and, you know, I try to be pretty, anyway, they have access to Strickland Road that are their own. They don't need to use the easement that belongs to the other family. They have access to the road. And anyways, any other questions the board got for me?
Commissioner Davis?
I didn't understand what you said. You said that you got a email from Mr. Tyson. And tell me that part again.
My email address.
Wanting your email address?
Yes, from Mr. Howell.
From Mr. Howell on this board?
Yes, or that's on this board, from Mr. Howell. And I responded and sent my email back to Mr. Tyson, and I'm assuming he forwarded it back to Mr. Howell. And then that's an hour, 2 hours later, that's when I got the official, the letter from the person saying that they had been retained to represent Mr. Josh Lamb. Now, I've tried to talk to Mr. Josh Lamb 2 or 3 times myself, and his only concern to me has always been that he didn't want to have to change his address from his path to the access that we were going to try to give him. I don't know whether he ever understood the fact or not that now he has a cart path access, which is, he's landlocked. He don't have a legal access to his property. If he wanted to do anything, if he wanted to build another house on the property and borrow money, he couldn't. We were offering him a way to forever give him legal access to his property through the public roads and the subdivision. And I don't know how the conversation, how it's going to go with the attorney, but I'm glad to know that he's got an attorney with legal experience that can help him maybe make a decision that will benefit him and his heirs in the future to get some kind of legal access to his property. Because this as everybody knows, without legal access to your property, it's not a good situation. But anyway, anybody else got a question?
But you have completely removed that problem from the table.
Oh, wait, it's gone. That problem is gone. Until this problem is issued, in fact, I'm in worse shape than I thought I was, because I can't even now go back and develop 40,000 square foot lots on that piece. This piece is in limbo until Mr. Josh Lamb issue with his easement is resolved, because it says that it's going to be rezoned to 30,000 square feet, but we can't build any residence on it until we come back before this board and ask for an amendment to our sketch plan. So that piece of property is in absolute limbo until we get resolved with Mr. Lamb.
It makes me ask why you chose to leave it in the rezoning state and not also pull the rezoning off, but that's okay, we're getting too complicated.
I am trying my best to get, we've been going at this thing for a long time. And the goalpost is just like the top of this table. What the board wants and what, it's everywhere. And I'm trying to, every time, it's like whack-a-mole. Every time the mole pops up, I try to knock it down. I jump over here and knock it down. This Thursday afternoon, this brand new issue come up, and I said, well, here is the saving grace that will help resolve this whole thing. Take this off the table and just look at the core subdivision as what it meets all the regulations. It meets everything we've done, and it's the only problem we've always been having here is Mr. Josh Lamb and his access. We've had some other peripheral things, but that's been the key to it. We've agreed to put berms in, not berms, we agreed to put vegetative buffers in. That's not even required. And I don't know if this is just, y'all requiring it just of me, or is this a new
requirement that you're going to make of all developments that come in, that they're going to have to put the same thing I'm doing. I would hope that if you're going to make me do something, that you're going to make everybody behind me do about the same thing. That's what I'm hoping. And you got a pretty big one coming up next week, or next month, that's got some issues that we're going to have on our next rezoning request here. But anyway, anybody got more questions?
One question, one concern that I heard, Mr. Williams, from the citizens was about the vegetative buffers. They indicated that there was some vegetation on the adjoining property, and they wanted it to be clear that the vegetation on the adjoining property was not sufficient to meet the requirement for vegetative buffer, that you would indeed have to put that vegetative buffer on your side.
Would you please repeat that? I'm trying to understand.
So they said that there was vegetation, existing vegetation on an adjoining property. They wanted to be clear that that vegetation is not sufficient to meet your potential requirement for vegetative buffer.
I would refer that to the planning director, and I understood what he said was if there is sufficient buffer along the property line, then that will suffice for my buffer. Is that pretty clear? Yes.
And Mr. Tyson might be able to help as well, but the requirement that is in the zoning condition will have to be met. If it is not sufficient, it will have to be modified so that it is sufficient. That is something that county staff will check at time of permitting. But in order to get final plat approval on the back end of this, that will have to meet the standard.
All right, thank you. Yep.
That's a good answer.
Okay, any other further questions for the applicant?
Do you have anything else you want to say?
No, but I'm available for any more questions.
Mr. Bailey submitted that he could answer the question about the matter from the board.
Okay, no more questions? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and properly second. That we close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. We're not back into our regular meeting. Mr. Tyson?
I don't have anything to add. I would just say that if the board would like to pursue a motion to approve, then I stand ready to help adjust the conditions to reflect the removal of the 12 lots and the road right-of-way just south of the Josh Lamb property.
Okay, any?
One
Commissioner
question,
Davis?
Mr. Tyson. Is there a way that in the motion, if it's a motion to approve, without the 12 lots, that we could also remove the zoning for that land that the 12 lots is on?
So instead of just removing it from the site plan, actually adjust the boundary of what's being rezoned so that it would not cover that area beneath the Josh Lamb property.
Could that be done at this meeting?
It could be done, but it would require the consent of the applicant.
Understand.
But yes, absolutely. And that is, they have not asked for that, but if they chose to, it could be done. If they choose not to, then the board can act with that knowledge.
Could we ask the applicant, Mr. Chairman, that question?
Yes.
I'll let Mr. Williams address that.
Either way is satisfactory to me. I probably would prefer to remove the zoning, then I could, once we do get Mr. Lamb straight, anyway, it would be fine to me either way. All I want to do is try to get the Lamb issue off the table and please get this thing approved so we can get started in construction. Any more questions? All right.
All right, thank you. Okay, I will now call for a motion to approve or disapprove the rezoning request.
Close the public hearing.
We did.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the rezoning request and statement of plan of organization of plan of consistency and reasonableness below, and approve the conditional rezoning request CZ 260201 to rezone the specified property to RA30-CZ for development of the Williams Run Section 2, Phase 2 subdivision, subject to the 14 conditions that were listed, and I'm counting 14, if that number needs to be corrected. I'd certainly ask for staff to correct that, which also includes the removal of the tract of land from the rezoning, as well as the approved sketch plan of the 12 lots where it has the easement in question going across the property. That would be my motion, sir.
All right, you heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bellfield, sir.
Yes.
All right, motion been second. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Howe.
just a
Commissioner
point
Howe.
of clarification, there seems to be some concern or questions about my involvement in this in the late hour. I'd just like to clarify that I'd received 2 different phone calls from citizens in Nash County, and I am a commissioner for Nash County. And those citizens asked me did I have an email address, and I did not. I just had the client's attorney's email, and that was not what they requested. So I reached out to Adam Tyson, because he works with that individual daily, and asked for that email, and he provided it to me, and I provided it to those citizens. Just like I'd like to also clarify that the client's attorney reached out to all of us and asked for a meeting with each of us. And I sent it back to the attorney and asked the attorney and notified him that I would not meet with him without our attorney present. But we would meet, as we have before in the past with Mr. Williams, and discuss any matter as we do with all citizens, which I believe that Commissioner Outlaw, Chairman Arrington, and myself did meet per Cecil Williams' request and spent considerable time with him listening to his explanation. So just want to understand here that clarity about this instead of trying to kind of insinuating something here. Just want to clear the air up and make sure that everybody's on the up and up on this.
Any other discussion? You've heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, let's show of hands. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Mr. Tyson, we need to finish item number 11.
Okay. Item number 11 is the rezoning to the east of the subject property we just looked at on West Orange Church Road. We do not need to hold a public hearing on this request because it was previously held and closed back on January 5th, 2026. At that time, the board voted to postpone this board's decision on that to no later than today's meeting, which is approximately 90 days, in order to allow the applicant additional time to consult with Nash County Public Utilities and to determine whether they would consent to the addition of a development condition stating that the developer shall extend the Nash County public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property. The applicant has had conversations with Nash County Public Water about different options for proposing that extension of public water. So we don't need to hear from the public, but the applicant will provide an update to the board on this matter as soon as I finish this report. You see the aerial photograph on the left and the zoning map on the right. Again, this request is very similar to the last one. It is to rezone the property from R40 to RA30CZ to reduce the minimum lot sizes from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet, to eliminate double-wide manufactured homes as a permitted use, and they would have to follow the sketch plan that we have here. Now, this is oriented differently, but north would be to the right of the screen, and then this is the West Orange Church Road right here. As a reminder, this would be 49 new residential lots along 3 new public road rights-of-way and 1 special purpose lot for common space, and for common area and open space. All of these lots would be accessed from the new interior roads with no individual driveways along West Orange Church Road. There is a stub road that we mentioned earlier that would connect to Mr. Josh Lamb's property, which here would be at the top of the screen because, again, we're turned 90 degrees from what our other maps look like. The plan is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan as we discussed last time. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because it is already zoned residentially, and it will allow for smaller lot sizes, but stricter regulation of the permitted uses by prohibiting manufactured homes. TRC reviewed this back in November, recommended approval. Planning Board reviewed it in December. You might recall there were 4 members of the public who opposed it. The board also reviewed written comments from Ms. Amy Pearson. Mr. Cecil Williams spoke in support of it. And with a split vote of 5 to 2, the planning board recommended approval of the request. Again, you have a suggested motion for approval and a motion for denial. There's nothing really remarkable about the development conditions, except that if the applicant agrees to a condition that it be served by public water, we would need to make that addition before moving forward with a motion to approve. And now we'll just pause there and take any questions you have. And ultimately, what we'll need to do is proceed to hear from the applicant about the situation with the public water extension, and then the board can decide to approve, deny, or postpone further, whatever is at the board's discretion.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Tyson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Leggett?
Mr. Tyson, does this proposal for rezoning have similar development conditions as the last property that was rezoned? It's so close in proximity, and I believe that the last time we heard this, the conversation basically stopped with the water issue because we knew that that was kind of a sticking point, and we really didn't get much further in the conversation of having the different development conditions that they felt suitable for the adjacent property.
Right. I think the main differences between the conditions would be that the 4-rail vinyl fence and the vegetative screening buffer that the applicant proposed for the previous project have not been consented to or proposed by the applicant for this project.
If this board felt that that was suitable for this, is that something that the developer could consent to at this meeting?
Yes, you could ask the developer whether they would consent to it, and then you could decide how to rule on the rezoning based on their answer.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions for Mr. Tyson? Okay. Hearing none, do we need to hear from the applicant on that request?
I guess the question is about the water. That's great. I met with the county utility people, and I think we have an agreement, we do have an agreement on how we can proceed with the water. I'll pay, the county will, I guess I'll let the water director do that, but we are in agreement with what he says. Any other questions for me?
Okay. All right, any further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, Ms. Legge.
Mr. Williams, the last development that was just voted to be rezoned, there was a number of conditions there that had to do with vegetative screening and such. This is a development that is in very close proximity, and I don't feel like that this would be significantly different as far as the concerns of the citizens. Is vegetative buffers and a fence, just like the other one, something that you would be willing to consent to?
Yes.
It would?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Tyson.
So based on Mr. Williams's comments, if you will look at the current 6 development conditions proposed for approval, it sounds like he has consented to 3 things. One would be the condition that's stated at the beginning of this report, that the developer shall extend the Nash County public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property. That would be condition number 7. And then he has also consented to copying conditions 5, 6, and 7 from our previous rezoning case, which provide for a 4-rail vinyl fence along the property's frontage, in this case on West Orange Church Road, and then around the perimeter, the 10-foot wide vegetative screening buffer planted to the same standards that were noted there. So that would be the addition of 4 conditions, 1 for the public water system extension, 1 for the vinyl fence, and 2 clarifying the vegetative screening buffer standards.
Does that make a total of 10?
If we started with 6, yes. Yes, total of 10 conditions.
Mr. Chairman, if it's
Yes,
okay,
yes.
I'd like to clarify the comment about the extension of public water to serve the project.
Okay.
Unless Mr. Williams is inclined to extend water to serve the project at his sole expense, it will require approval of an oversize agreement by the Board of Commissioners in order for the county and the developer to partner in that work. So I don't know if we want to make that part of the condition, the approval of the oversize agreement that will need to come before the board or not. But again, in the absence of the oversize agreement, then the developer would be required to extend the water at his sole expense. My suggestion would be to make the approval of the oversize agreement, incorporate that into that condition.
So development condition number 7, the developer shall extend the Nash County public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property pending the approval of an oversize agreement between the developer and the Nash County.
That's correct, and that needs to be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Pending the board's approval, Board of Commissioners approval of the oversize agreement between the developer and Nash County.
That is correct.
All right, does the applicant understand that condition?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
would you state what size main the developer is responsible for and when the county in the past has entered into this oversize agreement?
We are still waiting on some additional details from the developer and his engineer. I anticipate that the engineer will recommend a 4-inch main to service development, and our long-range plans call for a 6-inch main on West Orange Road.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Commissioner Howell?
Can you clarify as well, Jonathan, what the expense of the county that's going to be?
Again, we've had we've had numerous preliminary conversations with the developer, and I believe he's just settled on an engineer to assist him with this project. So we haven't got into the numbers yet, which is why I wanted to make sure that we address the oversize agreement and the fact that that would need to be approved by the board. At that time, we would have the numbers to share with the Board of Commissioners so we could answer those very questions.
So help me out, because, again, I'm the new guy still. We're requiring 4-inch, and we're asking for oversize to go to 6-inch, and Nash County is looking to pay the difference to go in the pipe between 4 and 6, and the developer's going to pay for the 4-inch. Is that correct?
That would be the portion of the oversize agreement. There's also additional element on this project where the county would look to complete a loop to address a dead-end main on Strickland Road and extend that main to the intersection of West Orange Church Road and Needham Road. So the oversize agreement would address the extension north of Strickland to this proposed project, and the recommendation is that the county accept responsibility for the loop from Needham to Strickland.
And this will handle the additional 113 homes we're looking at between this subdivision and the one we just approved?
I'm sorry, could you restate that question?
This will handle the flow of the 113 homes, the 76 in, I think, in this subdivision, or the other subdivision was, I'm sorry, 64 because we cut 12 out, and then 49 in this subdivision, which equals 113 homes being added to our water system in Nash County in that area.
It's anticipated that the extension of the 6-inch main and closing the loop between Needham Road and Strickland Road will meet the potable water demands for both of these proposed projects.
And then what will this do about the concerns the other citizens are having that's already there with the water quality? Will this address that as well, or is there something additional we need to do?
So if both projects are connected to the county water system, then this should negate any impact on the groundwater supply.
I'm referencing the current customers that's in that area that's on county water already.
So could you state the nature of the concern?
I'm sorry, you weren't here earlier, but we had some citizens get up, and there's a list of individuals that's got complaints that was presented to us in the meeting earlier on the previous subdivision public hearing. With the quality of water.
If we get a copy of those, we'd be glad to look into them. But I anticipate closing the loop will improve water pressure and flow in that particular area.
And that was my concern, if we're putting it in, to make sure we do enough to take care and alleviate the other issues as well while we're doing it.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tice, can you get that clarification on that possible motion of condition?
So if the board makes a motion to approve, then I think based on this discussion, it would be subject to the 6 development conditions that are outlined in the staff report. A 7th development condition stating that the developer shall extend the Nash County public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property pending the Board of Commissioners approval of an oversize agreement between the developer and Nash County. And what that means is if the county and the developer don't come to an agreement, then this rezoning cannot be pursued for development because that is one of the conditions. Condition number 8 would refer to the installation of a 4-rail vinyl fence along the roadside of West Orange Church Road. Condition number 9 would require the same vegetative screening buffer around the exterior of the subdivision development, with the exception of the road frontage that will have the 4-rail vinyl fence. And condition number 10 would specify that anywhere in that buffer area, if Nash County determines that there is sufficient vegetative screening, it would not necessarily have to be dug up and replaced, but it may have to be supplemented if we don't determine that it's comparable to the standard that is in condition number 9. So it would be a total of 10 conditions. 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 10 conditions.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve or deny?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this rezoning request, adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below, and approve the conditional rezoning request CZ 251201 to rezone the specified property to RA-30-CZ for development of West Horn Church Road subdivision, subject to the 10 development standards that Mr. Tyson has just gone over with us, sir.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that we approve the rezoning on all the 10 conditions. All in favor of that? Let's see. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Let's see. Let's do that again by sign of hands. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you, motion carried. We're going to take a hour break, but let's see, can we do number 12?
All right. Move on to the next public hearing.
Yeah, let's do
Okay. The next public hearing is for a conditional rezoning request for the Vision Homes at Robertson subdivision. The subject property is outlined on the screen on the photograph on the left and the zoning map on the right. It's an 11.11 acre undeveloped tract of land. It's owned by Vision Homes LLC, located on the southwest side of Robertson Road in the A1 agricultural zoning district, which is what that green color on the zoning map on the right signifies. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone the subject property to RA30CZ, specifically for the development of a 12-lot residential subdivision. Approval of the request would reduce the lot size from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. Because this is the rural A1 zoning district, there are 60 plus different land uses that are currently permitted there that would no longer be permitted under the more tightly regulated RA30 zoning district. Those include single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes, manufactured home parks, duplexes, et cetera. You have them listed in your staff report. And of course, because this is a conditional rezoning, the subject property can only be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan, which we're about to review, and there can be reasonable site-specific development conditions added with the consent of the applicant. This is the sketch plan. So you have the rectangular property outlined here. You see the new roads and the stub road and the 12 proposed new lots. This is the required site plan for the conditional rezoning. It proposes 2 new public road rights-of-way, one that follows the whole length of the property and ends in a stub road to the adjacent property here, and then a stub road to the northwest to the adjacent property there. All of these lots would be served by those new interior roads, and none would have direct access to Robertson Road. The sketch plan shows that these lots will meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot width requirements of the proposed zoning district. There is no public utility service available in the vicinity of this development, and so these lots are proposed to be served by private on-site wells and septic systems. The developer has proposed a 15-foot wide planted vegetative screening buffer along the sides and rear. So not along the frontage on Robertson Road, but along the side, the rear, and the other side. The design also features a special purpose lot for open space and amenities in the southeast corner down here. I believe that property is not totally suitable for septic system installation, so there is the opportunity for some common open space area there that could be developed by the HOA for whatever amenities they desire to offer. When we consult the comprehensive land use plan, we'll see that this entire property is in the green residential agricultural area. So that means the proposed 30,000 square foot lot size, as well as the prohibition of manufactured homes, are both compliant with the recommendations of the plan. The request may be considered reasonable because the A1 zoning district already allows for residential use, and this would continue the residential use of the property. It will allow for smaller minimum lot areas, but it's more tightly controlled in terms of prohibiting those 60-plus land uses that are allowed in the rural A1 zoning district. The TRC reviewed this back on February 26th and recommended approval subject to the development conditions suggested in the report. The planning board considered this request on March 16th. There were 3 members of the public at that meeting who addressed the board in opposition to the request. They cited concerns regarding the proposed increase in residential density, the loss of farmland, a failure to preserve the rural character of the area, potential impacts on local traffic safety, including farm equipment, a potential increase in trespassing, increased burden on local emergency services, and the proximity of the seasonal farm worker housing located to the west at 5370 Robertson Road, which would be further up Robertson Road to the left side of the map, but not pictured on there. Mr. Amani Hooker with Vision Homes, the applicant and property owner, as well as Mr. Connor Linton with Kimley Horn, the project engineer, and Mr. Paul Bell, the previous owner and future resident of the previous owner of the subject property and future resident of the proposed subdivision, all addressed the board in support of the request. With a split vote of 6-1, the planning board recommended approval subject to the development conditions. You have a motion to approve and a motion to deny. I would say on your development conditions, number 1 lists a lot of minor sketch plan revisions that the applicant actually made on Thursday after this report was published. So everything with the exception of some minor setback line errors in condition number 1 have already been addressed by the developer since this report was released. The only other condition that really bears mentioning is condition number 4. Vegetative screening shall either be preserved or planted and maintained on the 15-foot wide landscape buffers depicted on the approved sketch plan. Again, that's along the sides and the rear of the subject property. Planted vegetative screening shall conform to the landscape buffer detail shown on the approved sketch plan. And this is the detail down here. And any preserved natural vegetation must be determined by Nash County to be comparable to those standards, or it will have to be supplemented with additional plantings as necessary. The planting detail, if I can go to the overhead, I can give you a better view of that. So this is a 100-foot sample of that buffer that'll be around 3 sides of the subdivision. Within that 100 feet, it proposes 1 canopy tree, 2 understory trees, and the evergreen shrubs, as you see, scattered below them. So this would be the standard that the applicant has proposed and would have to follow around the 3 sides of the subdivision, with the exception of the stub roads, which of course need to go up to the property line. With that, I will pause before we move into a public hearing, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Any question for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion to go into open public hearing?
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett, that we Going to open public hearing on this rezoning request. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We are now into open public hearing on this rezoning request. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you letting me speak. I'm Jerome Johnson. I've lived here all my life on this road, and my folks we're farmers, we agriculture, and we bought the land that we own there for that purpose. And I don't have any problems with anybody having a house. I'd like anybody to have a good house, but I kind of oppose these 12 houses being on here. If it was like it was said, because I've farmed that land 40 years, there's supposed to be one good house there and plenty of yard room. The rest would have been in agriculture. But anyway, I don't quite understand why there would be 12 houses there. We're in applicable to a fire district, the rescue squad. We worry about the wells. We worry about the septic tank, the electric going. And now people have computers. Got to have all that. It's going to be asked for. There'll be a lot of cars and trucks in each yard probably. A lot of four-wheelers if they have young'uns. A lot of guns that we have finally got out of the riffraff down our road. It's a dead-end road. And when people go in, they got to come out. So that'll be double traffic, one way. Well, two ways coming out the same way. But anyway, I think it's going to be a problem to have that many houses there. And like I say, we've got rid of a lot of riffraff that was going on years ago. It seemed to be a good, safe place to live. And I have some rental houses on that road. We got some widow ladies on that road. They raised all their children, did. Some of the grandchildren like I did. And the two Winstead ladies, Brenda Winstead was a widow. She enjoys living there. Miss Kathy Went is a widow. And they all concerned about the wells and all services, fire and rescue, and just so much traffic on a small agriculture road. And also Miss Glennie Boone and Philip, they live at the end of the road, and they have to come by this each time they go in and out. I'm fortunate that I lived the first house on the road, but all the cars had to go by and come by my house regardless where they're going. And I just ask that you consider what I've just spoke of. I won't speak long. My wife's got a son to say. A lady sent her from down the road. There's a lot of them that couldn't be here today. Some of them worked, some of them had to go to the hospital, and some of them got sick people and so forth. So I just wanted to speak for them also. And hope you consider what it's going to bring versus where it's at now. If there was one or two or three houses, I don't see much problem. But with 12 houses and they close together, and there's bad curves there, there's also a labor camp there, and wide tractors going in and out, and there'll be fuel trucks, I don't know where they burn gas or what they burn, where they burn wood, gas, or what. It's going to be 12 more different situations that I don't think is going to be real good. And like I say, if if they have a house and man, his wife and his children, maybe they want to build a house, it's fine, but I don't see where we ought to have 12 houses. And when we were told to start with, like I say, I had farmed the land, and the guy that I rented from, his family sold it, and it was said that there would be one house there, one good, nice house, and wouldn't be a lot of, trailers or double wides or low-income houses, So, thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to speak during the public hearing?
It's okay. Thank you for letting me speak, please.
All right, state your name.
As over 53 years a resident of Robertson Road, I oppose approving the rezoning quest of Vision Homes. The majority of residents and property owners on this road have long, well over 100 years, family ties to the property and the community. We understand what living in a primarily agriculture area of Nash County means. The large farm equipment that you wait behind, the potential drift of chemicals, the smell of freshly applied manure to fields, the potato bugs that get in your home at certain times, and the sound of equipment running in the fields near you to harvest before the rain. We knew pretty much what living in the area would entail prior to living. We also complied with the 40,000 square foot lot size. The owner developer of this property is from Wake County, and once the homes are built and sold, will have no further interest. We and our children will be here long after the homes are built. Our concern is the properties will be marketed to people from urban areas who have no conception of rural living or farming. The use of private wells and septic systems will be a shock should either fail. Will 30,000 square feet allow replacements? Will the road be sufficient for the increased traffic? Where will buses turn around? What will the reaction be of property owners who suddenly realize there's a labor camp very close to them? What will the potential runoff to adjoining properties be? I understand the UDO now requires the additional of stub streets and subdivisions of this size. Why are they required if not to encourage other adjoining properties to be developed as residential? Why would the county agree to allow lot reduction to the development intensity of agriculture uses on the road? Please consider requiring the minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet, just as we were required to do when our homes were built. Please consider that each home has at least 2 vehicles, which will be 24 vehicles coming and going out of a less than 2-mile road that is a one-way exit only and a dead-end road. And that does not mean that there are not other family members that will have vehicles also. I thank you so much for letting me speak.
Okay, what was your first name?
Ma'am, what was your name? Nancy Johnson.
Okay, thank you for this. Yeah, secretary need to take that. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Joseph Bailey, 8938 Grand Brantley Road. I'm familiar with that area, and actually, and just by looking on the map and looking at the property lines, it does bring some concerns. But you can see the property lines that go right over this field right here, and it looks like, well, they can probably access it, at least if this is all being farmed together. I don't know if there's a separate farmer that's farming that land from that land, but if so, then they're going to have to try to get either somebody's got to go all the way around, or they got to either make it where you can still come through here, and it's going to cut off some of that field if they take up every bit of it. So I would think that would be some good questions to ask. But like all the points that they were bringing up, I mean, every subdivision that's approved, or even though this one ain't as big as the ones we've seen, and it seems like it's got some better planning. You know, they're showing what they're gonna do as far as the buffers, and you can see the whole plan, and that's good. And I commend whoever wrote that up. I mean, it's better than what we've been seeing. At least you get the full picture. But I mean, these are major concerns that need to be taken serious. You know. And I think that at the very least there needs to be some assessments done, especially in the southern end of the county, which this ain't too far from Bailey. It's in between Bailey and Spring Hope, and it's very rural. So I'd wonder, with the coverage that we have now, I wonder actually how they would, if they had an emergency, what kind of response times they would be looking at. And it would probably be something good just as far as to have the assessments to let people know that moved here. You know, it would give them a clear understanding of, you know, how safe it would be, and, you know, what kind of, just where we're at as far as the county itself. But it's better than what we've been seeing, but there's always room for improvement. I would just say that all the concerns that they have brought up is what everybody's been thinking. I mean, as we're expanding so fast and we don't have the resources to keep up, and I would like to see something done. And some of the stuff that was brought up with the prior subdivisions, you know, about the UDO, just for an example, that's a perfect example of why the moratorium would help. You couldn't be held liable legally for pausing development as you come in and change the UDO and ask for certain types of things as buffers and such. And just like the other subdivision, I mean, they don't have it was approved with no fire hydrants or anything. And, you know, you got the water lines running right there, that'd be perfect for the fire hydrants. But regardless, I just was going to agree with them and just make sure it's clear how the public feels about it. Because you know, even though I bet you there's probably about 170 seats right here, and just alone with the signatures that I have right now, this room couldn't even hold the people that would be up here to speak and voice their concerns. And not to mention, I know they couldn't park out there because I had to park on the side. Hopefully I didn't get towed or anything, but it just shows that we're expanding, and everything else needs to expand with it. But that's all I got to say. I thank you all.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at this public hearing?
Could I say something? The picture that was showed at the planning board, the curve is not the same. The picture was turned around. I know it is. Is there any way we could turn the picture around so you can see the property like I go to it every day? I'll show you what come out the curve. It don't show the curve. No, get to there. This. Could you show this bad curve right here? You can't.
It's not on that map. Let's see if it's on.
Yeah, right. That's the map. That's the way they showed it at the planning board.
Right in here.
Yes, sir. And then there's the labor camp.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. And all that property has been tended. I rented all that. And of course, I own the property. It's about 3/4 mile coming in. And it just makes, if you can see it good, it makes it look a whole lot different, because when the school bus and stuff would come by here, and trucks coming out of the labor camp there, because I was coming one day and I saw a big truck coming out, and it's like a V. And I saw he couldn't see me, so I stopped. And you know, it's because I knew the area and I knew what was coming. But anybody, you know, most of us this day and time, or we need to be there when we start. And so everybody's going to be in a hurry. The more crowded it is, and like he just said about the parking lot, we like not find the parking lot out here. And you know how everything is groved and done. So, you know, I'd like for you to take that into consideration, safety, especially the wells, the more deep wells is, the older wells on the older properties we have, you know, they're harder to get water from. So there's going to be some difficulty there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing? Seeing none, Mr. Tyson, no. Seeing none, is there a motion to close the
So moved.
public hearing?
Don't we want to hear from the applicant?
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. Okay. The applicant here? Was the applicant present?
I don't see him.
Okay.
So
Is
moved.
is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded by Commissioner Leggett that we close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. The public hearing is closed, and we're now back into our regular session.
And I don't have anything to add.
Okay. There being nothing else, is there a motion?
I just wanted to offer some discussion before we open it up for a motion, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Okay. This request is in my district. I was contacted by multiple people living in the area, and they were all opposed. Some of the different points that were brought up for their opposition is one, that there are no public utilities available. Many times when we receive rezoning requests, it is because public utilities are available, and that's used as a justification to move to a smaller density. Also, just not even a half a mile, I think, if you look on your screen, there's a patch of woods at the top left corner, and just on the other side, that's some seasonal farm labor housing there. It is housing, but it's not necessarily the same type of housing that's being proposed, and that's already there. Also, this is a dead-end road, and that this area is at the very fringes of about 3 different fire districts. So you will have limited fire protection here, and there is one way in and one way out on Robertson Road. So those are the points I wanted to bring up before any motion was made, or that was before discussion was cut off.
Okay, you've heard those comments. Is there a motion to accept or deny the rezoning request?
Mr. Chairman.
Who?
Okay.
That Commissioner Leggett?
I move to deny the rezoning request CZ 260301 because of the incompatibility with surrounding land uses and the unavailability of public utilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No. No.
Okay, we have 2 noes. Motion carried. Okay, at this time, we'll Mr. Davis?
We got one more public hearing.
Yes, but we
are to do it if there's
well,
people here.
Mr. Commissioner Davis, well, I'm going to have to leave for a break. I was hoping that y'all would allow me to be excused during an hour lunch break. And if you want to proceed with that public hearing, I will ask my Vice Chair, Commissioner Howard, to
Well,
to
it's up
do
to you,
that.
Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize that. It's your call, sir.
Yeah. So we've been here, it's almost 1 o'clock, so we would like to accommodate the rest. And what's the wish of the body? I want to do this last public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask Commissioner Howard to carry that out. All right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So this time we're going to item number 13, public hearing on conditional rezoning request for ZZ 260303, the Tance Farm Rental LLC subdivision.
Thank you. The subject property in this request is a 1.68 acre residential lot. It's owned by the Tant Farms Rental LLC. It's located at 6881 and 6911 Squirrel Den Road, Bailey. It's north of the actual town of Bailey. And as you can see on the green zoning map on the right, it is currently located in an R40 zoning district. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone the property from R40 to RA30CZ in order to permit its subdivision into 2 separate lots. It already includes 2 separate dwellings, but in this R40 zoning district, in order for it to be split, there would have to be 40,000 square feet on each side of the line, and there simply is not enough land in the lot to allow for that split. And so the purpose of this rezoning is to reduce the lot size from R40 to R30, because there is enough land for there to be a 30,000 square foot lot with this home and a 30,000 square foot lot with this home. Approval of the request would reduce the minimum lot size, as I just said, from 40,000 to 30,000. It would prohibit double-wide manufactured homes, which the applicant has no plan to do on the property. And there is a proposed sketch plan. So this is the proposed design. This is the new property line that would separate the northern home from the southern home. This was submitted by Land Surveyor John Loudermilk. It is the required site plan, and it shows the 2 lots, each with a total area greater than 30,000 square feet, and each containing one of the existing residential dwellings. As you can see from the future land use map, this property is solidly designated as a residential agricultural area. So the proposed 30,000 square foot lot size and the prohibition of double-wide manufactured homes is compliant with the recommendations of the plan. The request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because this will continue to allow the property to be used residentially just as it already is. And in this particular case, it will not, even though we're reducing the lot size, it will not result in an increase in overall residential density. We have 2 homes now. If they're allowed to split the property, each lot would remain eligible for 1 home each, but there is no opportunity to add a 3rd home or to increase the residential density. This will simply allow the property owner to split the property into 2 pieces. You have a motion to approve or deny. There are no notable development conditions, just the minimal conditions that we would see on any conditional rezoning request. And again, the main point here is that this will allow the property to be split, then it can be deeded to 2 different owners, but it does not open the opportunity for any additional homes that don't exist on the property currently. And I'll be glad to take any questions on the staff report.
Any questions for staff?
One question, Mr. Vice Chair. The two homes that are currently located, are they habited at the current time?
They are. The property owner lives in the northern one. I believe the southern one is used as a rental property, but the purpose of this request is so that they can split the property and I believe deed this to his daughter, and he can expand on that during the public hearing.
Thank you.
Any further questions? This time we call for a motion for open for public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Okay, this time we're in public hearing.
Vote on it.
You got to vote.
Yeah.
You got to vote on it.
Yes. So at this time, we got a motion and a second. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're in public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter?
How you doing, people? My name is Jason Tant. I'm the owner of the property. Just to clarify and explain what we were trying to do, our daughter is trying to move into the property beside us. We have a new construction on one side, which is where me and my wife live. My daughter would like to remodel and fix the older farmhouse beside us, which in order to get the funding we need to do that, we need to be able to split the property and obtain the money from the bank. So that's the purpose of doing it, to get our daughter and grandbabies right beside us. I've recently been diagnosed with ALS, which we need to help. That's one reason why the daughter is trying to move beside us, to help her mom. But that's all. I just wanted to explain what the purpose of doing it, not to sell it, not to make money, is to get some family help close.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all.
Anyone got any questions for him? You're fine, sir. Just making sure.
Thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to thank him for coming up here and wish him the best.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I won't try to put that as a...
I understand.
excuse, but it
No.
is what it is. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Do I have a call to close the motion for the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're now closed from the public hearing and now back in regular session. Any discussion? No discussion? Do I hear a motion or have a motion to adopt or deny?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and approve the conditional rezoning request CZ 260303 to rezone the specified property to RA 30CZ to permit its subdivision into two separate lots, subject to the development conditions listed in our agenda.
Second.
So we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everybody ready to vote for this one? Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we're going to take a 30-minute recess for a lunch break.
Yes.
Everybody in favor of that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Back to order. This time we're on agenda item number 14, resolution for the addition of state-maintained road, secondary road system, S. Beaver Creek Way, Middlesex. Call on Adam Tyson to present.
In the board's packet, you have a copy of this resolution that has been forwarded by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. This is for the consideration and adoption by the board in support of the addition of South Beaver Creek Way to the state-maintained secondary road system. And South Beaver Creek Way is shown in red on the screen. This is a public right-of-way located off the south side of Claude Lewis Road, southeast of the town of Middlesex. It was constructed and dedicated back in 2021 as part of Phase 1B of the Beaver Creek subdivision. And as you can see in the aerial, it currently serves a total of 17 existing residential dwellings. This resolution is the result of a petition submitted by the original developer, Little Bear Creek Properties, to the NCDOT's Division of Highways. They are requesting the adoption into the state-maintained secondary road system, which is exactly what we want to see happen with these interior subdivision roads after they have enough homes on them to meet the DOT's criteria for that adoption. The North Carolina Board of Transportation does require our board to adopt this resolution as a prerequisite for their consideration of making the final approval to add this road to the state-maintained secondary road system. And the draft resolution is attached in your packet behind the map. And this does not require a public hearing, just an action by the board.
Okay. Call for any discussion at this time? Okay. No discussion heard. Do I have a call for a motion to adopt or reject this resolution?
Move for approval. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. This time we go to agenda number item 15, our monthly tax report. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. This time we'll acknowledge the acceptance of this monthly tax report so that it be noted in the minutes, please.
Thank you.
We'll go to agenda number 16, tax refunds.
In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit the governing body for their approval a list of tax refunds after legitimacy of the refund has been established. There are no refunds for consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll go to agenda number 17, establish a date for the Board of Equalization and Review.
As described in North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Board of Equalization and Review shall hold its first meeting no earlier than the first Monday in April and no later than the first Monday in May. It is recommended that the board schedule the first meeting of the Board of Equalization and Review on Monday, May 4th, 2026, and adjourn for the purpose of accepting appeals at a second meeting on June 1st, 2026.
Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, I call for a motion to approve the first meeting of the Board of Equalization and Review for Monday, May the 4th, 2026, and adjourn for the purpose of accepting appeals, and its second meeting on June the 1st, 2026.
So moved.
We got a motion and we got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I think our next agenda item is number 18. I think they had stepped out when we stepped out.
I'm going to call Jonathan and ask if he can step over to do the next item.
Okay.
Second
You
meeting,
do? Oh,
June.
okay.
If we can come back to
So we're going-
farmer's market and do agriculture.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go to agenda number 19, and we'll,
Thank you.
So this is for the Animal Services Director position. So Animals Control was reassigned from the Health Department to the County Manager's Office in spring of 2025, last year. At the time, the intent was to have Animal Control report to the Building Safety and Security Director. In order to provide additional administrative support, however, the County Manager's Office assumed direct responsibility for Animal Control a few months later. In the intervening months, it became apparent that Animal Control would benefit from more day-to-day administrative oversight. It is recommended that an Animal Services Director be created to address this need. It's proposed that this position be assigned to pay grade 119 with a minimum salary of $68,493 to a midpoint of $89,397 and a max of $110,300. And the recommended action is that staff is requesting that the Board of Commissioners approve an Animal Services Director position in order to provide more direct oversight and management of animal control services.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I'll call for any discussion from the board. Yes, sir, Commissioner Davis.
I have a concern with this primarily because we are 3/4 into the budget that we adopted last year, and it's just unusual to get a request for a fairly high-level position this late, not knowing what we'll face it next year. From what I've seen in the budget so far, it looks like we've got a considerable hole that we've got to close. So I would like to see this item handled during the budget process rather than at the current time, personally myself. Okay. Is there any particular reason why we're trying to do it
Well,
out of sync, as I consider it?
Yes, sir. I would say that between the staff that's there at the Animal Control Office, Jonathan's time, my time, we spend a considerable amount of time trying to providing support and oversight and to that department. And it needs an identified person who can provide that more consistent and oversight.
Am I wrong to think that we may have increased funding to the position that was put under originally?
Will you ask that question again?
I'll be glad to. I think you said it was put under public safety to start. My thought is probably to put that additional responsibility under public safety, someone probably got an increase in their salary to look after the additional part. Is that true or false?
That is correct. There was a minor adjustment made to our Public Safety Director position. Since then, he has continued to help us to fill positions down at our animal control. And also, we have gotten that area of our operations certified now to operate on their own, and it is expanding. So we are taking a look at what was provided. It was very minimal, but we are taking a look at what was provided to see if it is appropriate to keep that where it is with the growth that is happening in that area, or if we need to make an adjustment.
And I guess the question on that would be, is that something we can discuss in closed session with a personnel matter?
No, we can't discuss the salary.
As far as Commissioner Davis's question in regards to the salary for other position, it was originally signed as.
We should probably, I mean, it depends on what the discussion is about. We can have a discussion about performance in closed session, or personnel performance issues in closed session.
I'm not particularly concerned about that. My real concern is the fact that we are doing this outside of budget season, and I prefer it be handled during the budget process.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would support the assistant manager's comments. I know she's just got some new responsibilities. I know Jonathan's plate is full, and I think if we want to continue to manage the Pet Connection Center at a high level, then we need to put a person in that position as soon as possible.
Commissioner Bedfield?
My question is, I know they opened a new pharmacy market here in Nashville, is that under the
No.
direction of town of Nashville, or is that a part of Nash County as well as the farmers market in Rocky Mount?
So we did skip to the next agenda item. We're talking about the Animal Services Director, and the Nashville Farmers Market is run by the town of Nashville.
Well, I didn't quite get to the last part of it.
The Nashville Farmers Market is run by the town of Nashville. Nashville's Farmers Market is not run by Nash County. The Rocky Mount Farmers Market is.
We're going to come back to that one.
Who's the director?
I don't have that name, sir.
We're going to come back to that agenda. We skipped ahead to agenda number 19 on the Animal Services Director. The next agenda item, we're going to go back. They weren't here, and we were trying to move the meeting forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask, the Animal Services Director position you're asking for, by the time that I take it it's going to be advertised?
That's the intention, yes, ma'am.
And so by the time it's advertised and the interviewing takes place, what are we looking at? We're probably up to June by then, aren't we?
I think it's hard to say. It depends on the applicants. We will post it, and we can post it until filled, but I'm not sure of the applicant.
I'm just
pool.
looking at the salary as it, thinking about what Commissioner Davis said, and I'm just thinking maybe the new year will be here already, fiscal year will be here already, July 1. By the time that person takes place, I'm guessing we wouldn't have but maybe 1 month salary, so.
Any further discussion?
Is Maureen Brown, what is her position now? I'm hearing on the radio, working with one here in Nashville and then one in Rocky Mount.
She's the Farmers Market Manager. Maureen Brown is the Nash County Farmers Market Manager, the one in Rocky Mount.
Well, I don't know, some mixed information.
We're going to go back to that one.
Saturday,
Heather's going to present
morning.
to us in a few minutes on that one.
Okay, I'll wait.
So in regards to the Animal Service Director, any more discussion on that topic? Is there a call for a motion to approve or deny this request?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the request.
Second.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Can we do a show of hands on 4? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Bearfield, we're going to go back to number 18. Heather Glenn can come, and she's going to present the request to the board. Sorry about that, we just wanted to move forward.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to be that
You're
late.
fine.
I apologize. Heather Glennon, Director of Cooperative Extension. To answer your question, Mr. Belfield, Coy Whirl is in charge of the town of Nashville's Park and Rec, and the farmers market falls under him, the Nashville Farmers Market. That was just to answer your question from before. But Maureen Brown is our Rocky Mount Farmers Market Manager. And what I've come to you today is to ask if you would consider a part-time Nash County Farmers Market Assistant position. Let's see here. This role will ensure daily operations and new events run seamlessly, allowing the market manager, Maureen Brown, to focus on high-level financial sustainability, grant writing, and stakeholder reporting that we have to do through both grants, NC State, and county. Last year, 55,000 customers visited the Rocky Mount Farmers Market, or Nash County Farmers Market, between April and December, and approximately 80 vendors sold their locally produced items through the season. In December, at the Farmers Market Advisory Board, there was discussion about adding some fundraising events to the farmers market kind of like plate in order to raise more funds to support more activities at the farmers market. And so the things that I'm going to be listing off were some of the things that we talked about from the advisory council meeting and discussion between Maureen and I. But this year, starting actually in May, the first weekend in May, we are going to start new fundraising events. There will be a farm tour on both May 2nd and 3rd, as well as a local farm-to-table dinner in June. So these events require intensive logistics, volunteer management, and ticket sales, which the assistant would help with. Educational outreach, as far as day camps and 4-H programming. We do intend to do more local foods programming and day camps during the June and July months. And then economic stability. To secure the market's future, the manager must dedicate significant time to grant research, writing, and reporting, as I mentioned before. So the assistant would help with the Tuesday markets that happen during the summer, as well as the Saturday markets that happen from now until December. That assistant would also help with our marketing. They have a very strong social media presence and website and weekly newsletter that goes out. And of course, they would help with any special events that we put on. So our recommendation, or our proposal to you, is to hire a part-time farmer's market assistant, and that position would be less than 1,000 hours per year.
Thank you, ma'am. Any discussion from the board?
What would, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
What would the average cost per hour be for that person?
$16 is what we have estimated in talks with the county manager.
And that's roughly 20 hours a week or something like that?
Yes, that would be 20 hours a week, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I would have the same concern here as I had with the first item. I don't have any concern with the position itself. My concern is the fact that we are adding personnel at the end, or getting near the end of a budget season, when I think we should always add personnel during the budgeting process. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I understand. We do have our big fundraising events coming up in May and June, which happen before the fiscal year ends. So that is part of the reason for the ask now.
Any further discussion? One thing on this I'd like to add as well, in previous years, we've had grants to do CSA boxes, and that provided us additional assistance that we no longer have those grants, so we've lost that assistance as well. So I think that's part of the reason as well, with the increase in traffic, but also the loss of that personnel, we have a need there to market. And I can contest, I was there this Saturday. It was extremely busy. After 10:30, there was nowhere to park.
Yep. 2,000 people showed up on Saturday for the opening weekend.
It was a big day for the market for all the vendors. So, great job. Any further discussion? At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny hiring of one part-time farmer's market assistant position.
Chairman, move for approval of the request.
I got a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
So motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Emily Moore, we're on item number 20 now. Program Amendment 2023 Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Nash County is requesting a public hearing to receive comments on a proposed program amendment to revise 2 of its 2023 Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization projects. The subjected addresses are 6372 Greenfield Lane of Nashville and 2625 Duke Road of Nashville. The amendment will change these projects from rehabilitation projects to reconstruction projects. The project consultant, McDavid Associates, has determined reconstruction is more appropriate for both projects due to structural conditions. So our recommended action is to hold a public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, I'll call for a motion to open the public hearing.
Move we open for a public hearing.
Second.
Need a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're now in public hearing. Anyone wish to speak to address the board in this matter? Okay, hearing none, I call for a motion to close the public
So
hearing.
moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, we're going to call on Mike Phillips. Resolution authorizing VUR construction grant application.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Staff is requesting the board adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the North Carolina DEQ for additional construction funding related to the Northern Nash Water System Improvements projects. The application seeks funding for the remaining roads and subdivisions that were designed and removed from contracts 1A and B, as well as contract 2, due to funding constraints, totaling about $7 million in bid modifications, as well as potential for 2 new wells, one on James Bunn Road and one on Red Road. Grant has a $5 million cap with additional 20-year loan funds available through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And although the final project cost is not yet determined, the grant resolution must accompany our application at the end of April. In order to pursue this funding, Public Utilities and Facilities Department recommends the Board of Commissioners approve the attached resolution and authorize the board chair to execute the same on behalf of the county.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion from the board on this topic?
Question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman Davis.
Is it any required match or what we may need additional becomes a low-cost loan?
No, there's not a match for the $5 million. Again, there is loans available if we so decided to go above the $5 million that we'd have to take loans out for.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? This time I'll call for a motion to approve the resolution, authorize the chair of the county commissioners to execute the same.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. We're on item number 22, Mr. Jonathan Boone, Central Nash Water System Water Supply Well Project.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So this particular item is related to the Central Nash Water Supply Well Project. This is a much anticipated project. Involves development of a groundwater supply well on the NC 97 Industrial Park site that the county currently owns and is developing. And the county opened and received bids on this project back on Tuesday, February 24, 2026. And we are recommending that the contract be awarded to Sanford Contractors. They were identified as the lowest responsible bidder with a bid amount of $1,770,156.64. We did receive 3 bids. Average of those bids was $1,905,685. And this project is to be funded with state-directed grant funds that the county received for water and wastewater system improvements. And what we're asking the Board of Commissioners to do is to award the contract with the Central Nash Water System Water Supply Well Project to Sanford Contractors in the amount of, again, $1,770,156.64, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract with Sanford Contractors, subject to the review and approval of the county attorney. I'll be glad to answer questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, discussion from the board? Commissioner Davis?
So the mention of Busco is a typo, I guess?
Yes, it is a typo. Recommendation awarded to
So it's
Sanford
not
Contractors.
going through them, it's a direct contract with Sanford?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion or questions? No further questions or comments, then I call for a motion to tentatively award the contract for Central Nash Water System Water Supply Well Project to Sanford Contractors Incorporated in the amount of $1,770,000, $156.64.
So moved.
Got a motion, we got a second?
Second.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, remind us what the potential water supply might be out of that mill?
So ultimately, we anticipate a well that yields 420 gallons per minute initially because of the lack of three-phase power to the site. Will be limited to 230 gallons per minute, which will still be a well that produces more water than any other well that we currently have in the system.
And that well requirement doesn't trigger enough for Duke to go ahead and get this three-phase power to the site?
It does not.
Okay, that's a shame. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, we're on item number 23, Jonathan Moon to Engineering Services Contract Amendment 2 for the Northern Nash Phase 2 Water Systems Improvements.
Yes, sir. As indicated, this contract amendment is related to the Phase 2 Northern Nash Water System Improvement Project. Recall that this project is being constructed in two phases. The first phase, which is actually Contract 2, was funded with county ARPA funds that the county received through the American Recovery Act. And then the second half of the project is being funded with a grant that Nash County received from the state. Those are state ARPA dollars, initially in the amount of $12.7 million and later increased to $13.4 million. This particular contract amendment provides for the additional services related to design of a 6,600-foot water line extension along Edwards Road. You may remember the board approving that project earlier. Also with being funded with some ARPA interest funds that were accrued. An additional contract administration and construction observation services on the Phase 2 Contract 1 project. So again, that's the portion being funded with state ARPA dollars. This contract amendment also addresses some hydrogeologic work required for evaluation of two groundwater supply well sites on the Phase 2 Contract 1 project located on Red Road. Staff is recommending that commissioners approve the attached contract amendment and authorize the county manager to sign the same on behalf of the county. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? No questions? Call for a motion to approve the contract or deny the contract amendment and authorize the county manager to sign the same on behalf of the county.
Move for approval.
Got a motion? We have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go to item number 24, Nash County Courthouse Renovation Project, Change Order 2.
Yes, sir. This change order is related to the, again, the Nash County Courthouse Renovation Project, and the change order covers cost of installation of a personnel lift in order to improve accessibility to the clerk of court's office located on the second floor of the old courthouse. The cost of the proposed change order is $86,436, and the cost of the project will be paid for with project funds allocated through the bank financing for the courthouse renovation project. And staff is recommending that the commissioners approve the attached change order and authorize the county manager to execute same.
Any questions for staff on this?
Yeah.
What exactly is a personnel lift? Is that the elevator?
It is an elevator, but not as you would think of a traditional elevator. You've probably seen, it's more of an interior elevator, so it's not enclosed. It's kind of an open concept, but it'd be basically for, well, I guess it could potentially accommodate a wheelchair and an additional occupant, but generally would be no more than probably two in that lift.
Okay.
It's like the one at the train station in Rocky Mount, except for a few more
Thank you, sir.
steps.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner
With this change order is a part of the original contract, or is this something they discovered that need to be done that they didn't get?
This is a concern that relates back to the original courthouse expansion project and access to the second floor of the old courthouse to the clerk of court's office. At present, visitors with physical limitations are required to be escorted by court security into a secure portion of the courthouse in order to use the elevator to go up to the second floor, across to the old courthouse, down a floor to the clerk of court's office, and then they have to reverse that movement when they leave. By installing this personnel lift, we will eliminate the need for those visitors to enter a secured area, and they'll be able to access the clerk of court's office by going directly from the entrance over to the personnel lift, up one floor, which the lift will be located just outside the corridor where the clerk of court's office is located, be able to conduct their business, reverse that movement, and will not require any additional support from court security. So this just enhances accessibility to the courthouse. And based on the bids we received for the courthouse renovation project, we have enough money in the budget to cover the cost of this lift. So that's why we're bringing this change order to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration.
Is there enough room in the new part that we won't have to use the old courthouse and let it be just history?
In terms of accommodating the clerk of court's operations?
Yeah.
No, sir. I do not believe we have enough room in the new courthouse to accommodate the clerk of court, and I'm not aware of any conversations about relocating her office.
Well, I guess we should have reviewed, if we were going to use it, we should have reviewed what needs to be improved at the beginning, but that's past, so we're dealing with this now, change order 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Bedfield. Mr. Commissioner,
You probably said it, I didn't just hear it, but you enter in the new courthouse.
Yes, sir.
So would this lift be at the back of that entrance area right there, so you just go on up to the second floor?
Yeah, so if you visit the courthouse, when you get to the clerk of court's office, there's about there's a stairwell. You go about half level to get to the second floor, and this lift would basically address that difference in elevation, which I would estimate is less than 5 feet.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
any further discussion, questions, comments? Call for a motion to approve or deny the change order.
So moved.
Got a motion, got a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going down to number 25, Emergency Services, Nash County Sheriff's Office Warehouse Project. Mr. Boone, floor is yours.
Yes, sir. The Commissioners' Capital Projects Committee and the Commissioners' Public Safety Committee both met in March, different meetings. Capital Projects Committee met on March 9th. Commissioners' Public Safety Committee met on March 17th, March 17th. A number of items were discussed, but one of the more prominent items we discussed at both meetings was the discussion around the emergency services and the Sheriff's Office Warehouse project. This is a project the county received funding through a state budget appropriation with the assistance of Senator Barnes and Representative Chesser. The amount of that appropriation was $2.1 million, and the county received those funds in the spring of 2024. There's obviously been some time has elapsed since that initial appropriation was received, and a majority of that's been due to efforts to pin down a scope of that project and reach consensus on how best to move forward. At the meetings in March, again for capital projects and public safety, the two committees discussed taking that project and breaking it into two projects and moving forward with the emergency services warehouse project and constructing that warehouse on property that the county owns adjacent to the Pet Connection Center and Nash Community College. They also had some discussion regarding what to do with the remaining funds that were allocated for the Sheriff's Office warehouse. Again, the total project, to provide a little more context, the total project was intended to be a 20,000 square foot warehouse, 10,000 square foot for the emergency services departments, 10,000 square foot for the sheriff's office, and then 2,000 square feet of covered storage on each side. So a total project of 24,000 square feet, 20,000 enclosed, 4,000 in covered storage. But again, the committee discussed moving forward with the warehouse for the emergency services departments. And then there was some discussion around how to move forward with the remaining funds allocated to the sheriff's office. And we'd like some guidance from the Board of Commissioners how to move forward. But our near-term ask is for authorization to move forward with the construction of the emergency services warehouse on county-owned property adjacent to the Pet Connection Center and Nash Community College. And again, we would use the funds allocated to the county from the state-directed grant. And then once we bid the project, we would know if that needed to be supplemented with any additional county funds. But that would be a 10,000 square foot warehouse with approximately 2,000 square foot of covered storage as part of phase one. And then again, we're looking for some direction from the board of how to utilize the remaining funds associated with that grant.
Well, One thing I'd like to add for that is, as well as there was discussion in the agenda meeting and also in the public safety meeting, really we're looking direction from the commissioners to support the direction that the Public Safety Committee discussed with all department heads, which was basically putting together a strategic plan, which Mr. Boone has been working with our emergency services team, and they've got a strategic plan together, but providing that information to the Public Safety Committee so we can come up with some real-world numbers on what our needs are going to be and access those needs and look at in the future of putting all those funds together for a future public safety complex, which would require us to either purchase some land or find some land that we've already got that's somewhere central to Nashville here, close enough to where it would be in proximity to work for that. And we did have a discussion with all the department heads, and all the department heads agreed that they would like to be all together on this. So got a little more insight on that. Glad you're back, sir.
I'll be glad to answer any question you may have.
I have,
Commissioner.
refresh my memory, Mr. Boone, we got 2.1 million back in 2023, 2024. Why has it taken so long for us to develop this warehouse? I mean, what was the holdup? And I also thought back then that it was going to be one warehouse that housed the EMS trucks and material and the sheriff's. Now we're talking about two separate units?
Yes, ma'am. I think the vision all along, although clearly I guess we could have done a better job of communicating that to the board, is that would be, although a combined project, those two departments would operate independently. So it would be one building with two parts, one half for emergency services, one half for the sheriff's office. And the sheriff's office certainly had concern about security, just all the things that go along with public safety and making sure that is a controlled environment. So the vision all along was for those to be independent area, spaces, you will, but under a shared roof. As far as your question about the amount of time it's taken to get to the point that we are today, I will say there's some challenges coming to some degree of consensus on the scope of the project, what this project would entail, what upfit, if any, would be required for the building. The sheriff's office has expressed an interest in some additional evidence storage space to replace the space they currently use in the old courthouse, some evidence processing area, and through those conversations and changeover in staff at the sheriff's office, it's just taken us this long to reach consensus. But there's also been a reoccurring thread over the course of that period of time, and I'd hate to speak for the sheriff, I'd rather him speak for himself, but some concerns about the location and his ultimate vision for the sheriff's office and this project. So I think that is what has brought us to the point today that we've decided, well, maybe it's best to move forward with just emergency services as a standalone project, standalone warehouse, and then get some input from the board and the sheriff about how to move forward with the funds allocated for his portion of the project. So that's what brings us to the point we are today.
So in a nutshell, we held up the EMS project because of what the sheriff's department wanted to do?
I will say the more stakeholders involved, the longer it takes to reach consensus.
Okay.
Well, I'd also like to point out that the original site was going to cost $900,000 in site prep. So it was going to eat up a large portion of the funds. That's why it's relocated to Rocky Mount, to where we want to propose to build a new EMS station. So it'd be on that property we already own, and the site prep's going to be much lower to construct that. So we'll actually have more usable money for that facility versus spending all the money trying to build up the other site to get it ready for it.
And that would just be the EMS warehouse. So somewhere down the road, we're looking at more expense for for what the sheriff's department wants to build?
I think it's yet to be determined how those funds will be used, and again, that's why we are looking for some direction from the board. The only thing I would clarify, there would be additional site development costs on the site we looked at, but only about $300,000 that was related to the field required on the project. The other site improvements, the paving, the concrete, the asphalt, all those costs are going to exist regardless of where we built the building. It was really the field and the retaining wall that added about $300,000 to the cost of the project. But nonetheless, we would welcome some additional input and direction from the board about how to move forward with the sheriff's office portion of that funding, if the board is willing to move forward now with the emergency services warehouse on the property the county already owns adjacent to Nash Community College.
And one other point of clarification to go with that, because it's tied to the same legislative funds that we have. The sheriff office has offered up not to do phase 2 renovation of the jail, because by doing so, we're going to spend an excessive amount of money. We've got $5 million they've been provided, but it's going to cost much more than that to complete the project. Plus, in the project's not included in rehousing the inmates on either side of that facility while it's being done for the period of time. So it's going to be a large expense, and it's going to further reduce the capacity of the jail, which is not what we need because we're already over capacity. So he's requesting that we take those funds and put those funds aside to help go towards this new public complex with his other half of this money from the warehouse originally. And basically, the conversation again was in the public safety meeting that all the department heads agreed they wanted to be together in one location. So in the future, build a public safety building that would house the sheriff's office, fire safety, EMS, 911, all together. But we need to pull all those strategic planning numbers together to see exactly what those needs are. And that's the ask today, is back to the board, to basically have the board consider that and send it back to the Public Safety Committee and have them come up with all the numbers that's needed for what our growth is going to encounter for those services in the future, and then come back to the board and present it at a later time before we spend any of that money.
I was going to say, that just sounds like a huge undertaking, and when we got the funding back in 23-24, it said for the construction of a storage warehouse to support Nash County and the Sheriff's Office, and I was under the impression that warehouse would work for the Sheriff's Department and EMS. And on another note, you're saying everything under one roof. Now, I go back to when I was at IBM. They never let their executives fly on the same flight in case the plane went down. I have a problem with all of them, EMS, fire, sheriff, being under the same roof in one compound. So unless someone can convince me otherwise, I know it's further down the road, but that's something to think about.
Well, all of them today are under one roof except the sheriff's department. They're under this roof in the basement. And so by moving them out, putting them in one complex, it gives them the ability to work together in a crisis. And there's also, you had to go out of town, but we took a trip over to Johnston County and viewed that facility over there. They've got one they just completed. It lays everything out, and they're basically #1 in the nation as far as 911 goes, in the top 5 accredited, that facility. It's something to look at, whether we consider that or not. But I think the point is here is we're growing as a county, and we're giving out of space, and we're going to have to make some decisions here in the near future just because of the increase of our service needs, and kind of deciding what that is we need to get more information back to the Board of Commissioners and make them aware of, prime example, 911 has 7 consoles. They have room to expand for 1 more, and they've asked that this year. The budget is one of the requests. Well, there's no future expansion, but yet in 9 years, their calls are going to go up 125%, so they're going to have double the staffing they have today to be able to meet that, which means they got to have more space. So all this stuff we got to look at and come up with a plan in the future to be able to address those needs, to have the infrastructure in place to support the growth that's coming.
Yeah, the infrastructure and supporting the growth and the funds that it's going to cost. I'm good. I'm done.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Davis.
Vice Chair, I'd like to see us, it seems like this is almost 2 questions. One, whether to move forward with warehouse for EMS at the location of the PIT connection, and then the other one, what to do with the funds that were allotted to the Sheriff's Department. I'd like to see us take it in 2 questions, and certainly the need for the EMS warehouse is a sorely needed item. We have currently 22 different pieces of equipment that are sitting out in the weather, deteriorating throughout the county. And this project originally started as just a solution for that problem, and then it grew into the sheriff getting involved in it and wanting some warehouse space as well. So if we could, at least today, and I'm certainly willing to work on the other one as well today, let's move forward with authorizing staff to let the contracts on this EMS warehouse, get it built, which we should have finished a year and a half ago, and get this equipment out of the weather. It's very expensive equipment, and I do know it's deteriorating, and stop the deterioration, and then it will be less money that we got to spend to fix whatever has deteriorated on these items. So if we could accomplish that and then have the discussion on what to do with the sheriff's $5 million in the local appropriation or state grant money that we have, and what he now calls half of the $2.2 million or $1.1 million as a second item, is what I'd like to see us accomplish today at minimum, get this warehouse under construction for EMS.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
And I will certainly support not moving forward with the renovation of the other dorm over there. That should have never been considered. I don't know why it was considered to do that. It was the wrong thing to do. We don't need to reduce our jail spaces over there any more than what we got. And I'm delighted to see that he has asked that we move away from that. Might be one of the smarter things that sheriff's done since he became sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I do think and would like to see these stay together, though, because the appropriation is together. It's the funding for both of these are up to be removed if we don't execute and move forward. And our House representative and our Senate representative both gave us direction that they would like to see some type of strategic plan. They left it up to us to what that is so we can retain those funds, because we're not planning to be able to get those spent before they expire. And we definitely don't want to lose $6 million of state funding that we've got. So I think it's better to keep it together. And we're not asking for specifics today other than the board to come together and make an agreement to move forward for one location in the future and get that information from the Public Safety Committee, from the department heads, and bring it back to us for us to consider a strategic plan, what it looks like and what those needs are, so that we can go ahead and get that to our state representatives so we can have this money reappropriated. And to your point, the EMS storage is definitely something that's important, but it has been a request that's been turned in for the last 3 years to our county, and it's been denied. So they've had the ability to rent other space in this county for years, and it's been turned in a request to do that, but it's been pulled from the budget. So I understand the urgency need. My concern is really about not losing that funding from the state, is keeping that money here for the citizens of Nash County. So that's why I'm asking that we keep it together.
Further comment?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Davis.
I hope we learn from this process that it doesn't happen all over the state, but it certainly happens in Nash County. When our House member and our senator gives us state-directed grants, they want to take control of what we do. And they're not only have the ability to approve a state budget themselves. If they would learn to tend to the state's business and stay out of the county business, I think we all get along better. I've checked with numerous other counties, and their representatives don't operate in that fashion. But whatever it takes to get this warehouse built, it's going to be important how it is phrased, the motion to do that, or ever how we're going to do that, consensus to do that, because the warehouse needs to be done. There's a lot, and I mean a lot of studies need to be done on the big item.
Agreed. Would you like to make a motion, sir?
I'd like to make a comment. Wait, can I have some discussion, Mr.?
Vice Chair. Well, today we are talking about the EMS warehouse, and we've been talking about building the warehouse. We got funding for that. And in the same process, we're going to have to deal with, yes, the jail. We're going to have to deal with more space for warehouse, and also with the Public Safety Committee that in our last meeting, they said that they felt like they would be best if all of them were together. And yes, we do want to work with our state legislators to make sure that we continue to get support, legislative funding to do the things that we feel like we need to do as our county continues to grow. But today we want to make sure that we use the funds that we have to build the EMS warehouse in our hopefully agreed upon location. And also, we need to direct our staff to look at a strategic plan as to what possibility of establishing a plan for a public safety building. And all of that will coincide with each other. We need the warehouse, but we also need to decide a direction of our strategic planning for the future as far as the warehouse and all public safety departments together.
That's a motion. I'll be glad to second the motion.
Got a comment.
Commissioner Outlaw's got a,
I just want to make a comment. I hope we'll keep this all in perspective and not be critical of our state representative, our state senator, or our sheriff, because all three of those people are good people. They've done good work for Nash County, and we need to appreciate the fact that they have done that. So that's what I want to say.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I could entertain a motion.
absolutely, sir.
I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve the EMS warehouse for the new location.
Emergency Services Warehouse.
Yes. And along with that, that we agree to direct the staff to start working on a strategic plan for our public safety department.
Second the motion.
Clarification.
Okay.
Does that motion indicate that you're taking half the money for the EMS and the other half is going with the $5 million from the sheriff's office?
That motion is that we're going to build the warehouse, and the money that's allocated with the sheriff, that we're going to take that money, and that's going to be part of the strategic planning apparatus to see
So
what...
you're splitting the $2 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, do you second that?
Yes, sir.
I want to understand this motion. You're saying you're going to split the money?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Bedfield. The money was originally allotted for half for EMS and half for the sheriff department, so they're going to split it in half.
Okay, they're going to be separate.
And I do believe, correct me if I'm not correct on this, Mr. Boone, but there will be some funds have to come out from what we've already spent for site preparation and planning and so forth that have to come out before it's split. Is that correct?
Not only that, but I mean, some interest has accrued on the grant as well. So whatever's left from accrued interest, less what we paid in site design fees for the site on Winston Street, would be what's left, and we'd split that in two. Use half of that, apply that towards emergency services. And the reason I said emergency services, just so the board is clear, that includes EMS, emergency medical services, and emergency services and fire. They both have apparatus that needs storage, but we're referring to it as emergency services warehouse because it addresses both. And then the other half of the funds would be applied towards development of the strategic plan and whatever comes out of the strategic plan. We've talked about a couple of different things here today, but as you have rightly commented, we do not have an overarching public safety strategic plan. We have 3 individual strategic plans in emergency services. I believe the sheriff's office, their strategic plan may date back to when the sheriff first took office, and that would need to be updated. And then we take those 4 plans together, coordinate them to have that overarching public safety strategic plan.
And if the chairman and Commissioner Davis would allow, I'd just like to make sure that the staff that's included that needs to be the Public Safety Committee, because you got all the department heads on that committee that's involved in this. Yourself is on there, and the chairman's on there as well to help be involved in that process if they would have.
Yeah, well, the motion is that the staff would be part of developing the public safety.
So I just want to make sure
strategic
that the
plan.
department heads are involved, since they're going to be the ones utilizing it.
If we move forward on this, I'd really like to come back to the board with the recommendation of how to kind of put that committee together, because there's a lot, we thought there was a lot of stakeholders on the warehouse project. There'll be even more stakeholders on the public safety strategic plan if that's the direction the board decides to take.
Yes, that would be part of the overall study.
Okay.
All right.
So we got a motion and we got a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Can I make just one more comment?
Yes, sir.
If it's possible from that committee, if this board could be kept apprised of that activity as it develops with written comments from those meetings, rather than just us once a month or every other month or whenever hearing what the status is, that would be great.
Glad to do it.
I have not seen any written, are there written minutes to this date from that committee?
We would be establishing a committee for that project.
I'm talking about public safety.
I have my own notes.
Okay.
And
Well, I think
I'm sorry,
it'd be
we do have minutes for
beneficial.
public safety capital projects.
Yeah,
I keep my
I think
own
it'd be
notes.
beneficial if those notes turned into minutes and the committee actually approved those minutes and they were provided to this board, so we would kind of be kept abreast of what's going on. Because your notes may differ from my notes or somebody else's notes.
Well, for clarification, Mr. Boone, he sent out our minutes from our capital improvement to the committee and also to public safety. He does
Capital
it. I
improvement.
guess they haven't been.
The notes from capital improvement are a spreadsheet, I believe.
I've got my own individual notes. They have not been distributed. I do distribute the spreadsheet. I would have actually distributed those to y'all today. They're in your inbox, and I've also
That
shared
gives
those
you
with
just
department heads.
a brief overview of what's going on with that project. It does not give you any detail, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think what Commissioner Outlaw is requesting that you distribute all those notes to the rest of the commissioner.
I think this is a conversation the board has had with the county attorney, and I welcome wherever y'all settle on that issue. I'm more than happy to comply.
Well, I mean, it's kind of an advisory committee. You're advising the board, making recommendations to the board, so does that not make it a public committee, and you should have minutes that are approved and provided? I'm just, we've had that discussion. We don't have to have it again today.
I'm more than happy to comply.
Okay.
Those are not, attorney. That's a common, it's not a public meeting where the public can come in and actually have input. And also, it's a staff and commissioners committee meeting that we keep minutes for. And I've asked everyone that has committee meetings or the committees that you serve on to send your minutes to Ms. Ford, Tia, to be distributed amongst the commissioners, so that all the commissioners know what's happening in your individual committee. But those committees that the staff and the commissioners will work on, I consider those as staff minutes, kind of like when the county manager have a staff meetings that they're having basic discussion, not no final, but direction. That's the way I see it.
Okay. So any more questions, comments on that? If not, we're going to take just a brief 5-minute recess. We'll start right back.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Vice Chair Howard for sitting in while I had to take care of an appointment. We will go to budget, 26, item number 26, budget amendment. Good afternoon.
I have a couple of budget amendments for your consideration today. The first one is a funds transfer. This budget amendment is to transfer funds from economic development to the Build Ready site as previously approved in a budget ordinance, in a project ordinance, sorry. The second one is a funds transfer for the jail renovation. This budget amendment is to budget general fund balance to jail renovation as previously approved in a project ordinance. The third one is also a funds transfer from a project ordinance that was previously approved for the Nash Senior Center expansion project. Number 4, this budget amendment is to correct a prior duplicate budget amendment on the high-speed internet project. Number 5 is a funds transfer. This budget amendment is to transfer funds from the Office of State Budget Management School Transition back to general fund as previously approved in a project ordinance. Number 6, this budget amendment is to adjust a previous budget amendment to move $310 back to the general fund balance for the State Acquisition Relocation Fund buyout program. Number 7, public utilities, water and sewer. This budget amendment is to budget additional funding to cover estimated expenditures, including replacing multiple fire hydrants, construction and repair costs, additional supplies needed for wells and meter boxes. And it's broken down by Central Nash and Northern Nash. Number 8 is a budget amendment for the Health Department to budget additional state funding for expenditures in the maternal health budget. Number 9 is a budget amendment to budget additional state funding to support the activities and foundational capability of public health. These funds are to be used to invest in the workforce and resources to meet the needs of the community. The Health Department plans to utilize these funds for activities related to recruiting new staff, sign-on bonuses, retaining current staff, training opportunities, and expanding professional development opportunities. Number 10 is the Social Services Budget Amendment to budget additional funds from the federal funding for child care administration to be used to offset non-reimbursable for overpayments. Number 11 is a budget amendment from Senior Services to budget additional grant funds for the SHIP program. And the final one is from Animal Control. This budget amendment is to budget general fund balance to cover additional operating expenses for animal control. Are there any questions?
Okay, any questions for Ms. Stanton? Do you wish to take all the budget, all 12 amendments together?
Yes.
Okay, being no questions, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Davis.
Second, Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Go to item number 27, board appointments.
Good afternoon.
Bula?
So we have a few board appointments for your consideration. First, we have the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Please consider the new appointment of Brian Hudson to the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Mr. Hudson will serve the remainder of the term previously held by Sonny Foster, who has resigned. A letter of recommendation is included in your packet from Nash Community College Board of Trustee Chair. Also, Mr. Hudson is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment. If approved, his term will expire on June 30th, 2028. Let me go to the next one.
Yes. Well, let's, y'all want to take that one individually? We're going to take that individually,
Sure.
okay? You heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Leggett and second by
Commissioner Howell.
Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you so much. Next, we will move to the Board of Adjustment. Regular member Benton Moss's first term will expire April 30th, 2026. He is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment to serve a second three-year term from May 1st to April 30th, 2029. Mr. Moss resides in Commissioner District 5, which is Commissioner Outlaw's district. If I can go to the next one, this is this first one is a reappointment, and the second one is regular member Oscar Bruce has resigned from the board due to a medical issue. A new alternate member, number 3, needs to be appointed, and his replacement to serve a 3-year term from May 1st, 2026 to April 30th, 2029. Mr. Bruce resides in Commissioner Belfield's District Number 2. Last month, I asked if Mr. Belfield will identify a replacement, and he said he's working on it. So this one is to approve Benton Moss, and we're still waiting on a recommendation to fill Oscar Bruce's position.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a motion from Mr. Moss?
Freddie made the motion, I seconded.
He made it.
All right, Commissioner Howard, and second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion on that nomination? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Next, the next two are just identifying vacancies. The Agriculture Advisory Board, there's currently a vacancy on the Ag Advisory Board, and this board is essential in supporting and advocating for agricultural interests within Nash County. Filling vacancies with knowledgeable and engaged individuals will help the board continue its mission and effectively serve the community. Members of the public are encouraged to submit the names and contact information of potential candidates for consideration.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've had someone contact me with interest to serve on the Agriculture Advisory Board, so I will put them in touch with you to
Fantastic.
get the application.
Please, thank you. That'd be great. And last is the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. There's currently a Nash County vacancy on the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees due to the departure of Miss Linda Hardy. The mission of the Braswell Memorial Library is to nurture lifelong reading, learning, and provide access to information and promote community enrichment and achievement. Commissioners and members of the public are asked to identify a recommendation to fill this vacancy.
All right. Commissioner Davis.
Ms. Fuller, I think we've had several people fill out those forms that stated an interest in serving on the library board over the last 2 or 3 years. Could you identify those and maybe send them to the board and let us look at them?
Sure. I have not received one recently, but you're saying over the last 2 or 3 years, I can...
Yeah, and I
look
think we've had one in the last 3 months maybe that had that identified as one.
We can go back and look at the applications.
Yeah, but my tablet's kind of messed up and I can't get to some of my old stuff.
Sure,
So
I'll do that.
I tried to find them the weekend. but couldn't
So I'll
find
look and see who has listed that and send it to the board for their approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are now at item number 28, Commissioners' comments. Commissioner Legg?
Thank you. Good afternoon. 2 things I'd like to speak to today. First is that there was additional rezoning requests approved today for Southern Nash County. All these are located pretty much south of Highway 97. We were also presented in today's meeting with a proposal to implement a moratorium on major subdivision approvals until our UDO rewrite process can be completed and/or a study of county services being provided. If you drive around in the area where today's major rezonings occurred, you will see for yourself the concerns that the long-standing residents are bringing to us. There's been an exponential number of homes being built in this unincorporated area of Nash County. The homes are not being built on R40 lots that are based on their right naturally because of the existing zoning districts. These homes are being built as a result of rezonings. Each time we hear another rezoning request, we hear more concerns. Many of these concerns that we're commonly hearing are being discussed to be improved by the new UDO that is currently being rewritten. I would urge my fellow commissioners to strongly consider the moratorium that was proposed today and to ride around southern Nash County and look around. Ask yourself if you think that this is what rural Nash County should look like. The last thing I'd like to speak to today is I'd like to mention that the Eastern Carolina 4-H Livestock Show and Sale is taking place this week. Over 80 4-H youth from Nash, Halifax, and Edgecombe counties will be exhibiting their livestock projects, which will be either a market hog, steer, lamb, or goat. These youth have been responsible for the care of their animals for the past several months and are excitedly anticipating showing their animals. The show takes place on tomorrow and Wednesday of this week, and then the sale will take place on Wednesday evening, where many local businesses will come out to sponsor the 4-H'ers animals. I wanted to say thank you to the generous supporters of the show and sale. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to the kids who've worked so hard to care for their projects over the past several months. I would also like to thank our county extension staff for their tireless hours to put the show and sale on, and the volunteers that are so essential to make things come together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wilkins?
I only have one thing, and mine is a request, Mr. Chairman, of the staff. Going forward in our budget meetings, I would like to request that a list of the outside agencies who applied and the rating given them from the committee, rather than just see zeros for someone who didn't get any rating. And I want to see the ratings for each one. That's the only thing I have right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. I'd like to start off by just echoing Commissioner Leggett's comments. We do share a lot of the same municipalities in parts of the county that are kind of one side of the straight's hers, the other side's mine. And I mean, we need to do something. We're working in the right direction, but we're behind. We've got to update the UDO. So I would support Commissioner Leggett's request at asking the other commissioners to consider some type of moratorium. I would like to add in there that we put something in there on the data centers, and that we definitely do some more research on that, because I think there's a lot of different angles and directions that can go, and we currently have nothing in writing to support having those or to support denying those. And we know what one of our neighboring counties have already encountered and gone through. I do know there's been some discussions about those in other parts of the eastern part of North Carolina as well, so definitely concerned about that as well, and the impacts we're having on our citizens. I do agree that as a landowner, you're entitled to do certain things with your land, but at the same time, people live here and are coming here for the values and the culture that we have here, and if we don't put safeguards in place, then we're going to erode that away, and we're not going to be what we were always known to be for. So just deeply concerned about that. And the last thing I've got here is around animal control. We just approved $260,000 fund balance to be appropriated, $148,000 for part-time salaries, $30,000 for supplies, $40,000 for overtime pay. We just approved an animal control director. We've previously in other meetings approved additional staff for that. I mean, I care deeply about the welfare of the animals in Nash County and about the role that the community plays in ensuring that they have a safe, stable, and loving home. The Pet Connection program holds tremendous value for our county. During my time serving as commissioner, we've made several important commitments to strengthen this program through additional staffing and funding. These investments matter. Pet Connection serves as one of our most effective tools for helping dogs and cats find permanent families. Each adoption not only transforms the life of an animal, it also reduces overcrowding in our shelters, lowers euthanasia rates, strengthens the bond between our residents and our community. Programs like the Pet Connection are a lifeline for animals who have nowhere else to go, and they deserve our continued support and long-term investment. However, adoption alone cannot solve this problem. We're persistent with challenges of pet overpopulation. For this reason, I am strongly encouraging my fellow county commissioners to consider adopting a mandatory spade and neuter policy. The counties have implemented such policies consistently see meaningful benefits: fewer stray animals, lower shelter intake numbers, reduced taxpayers' cost, and healthier pets overall. This is a responsible and humane step that aligns with the values of Nash County citizens and helps prevent suffering before it begins. Many residents who would welcome the opportunity to adopt simply cannot visit during the limited weekday hours that we have. I'm asking that we consider expanding adoption hours into early evenings and also offering Saturday availability. We can make this process more accessible for our families that work during the week. More flexible hours lead to more adoptions, shorter shelter life, and better outcomes for the animals who depend on us. By supporting the Pet Connection, adopting proactive policies, and expanding access to adoption services, we can work together to create more compassionate, responsible, and humane future for the animals that we've been entrusted in our county to serve. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Outlaw?
No, sir, I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Davis?
I have 4 items I'd like to cover if I could, Mr. Chairman. First one, of course, is the permit issued during the past month, or the month of March. We had very little commercial activity going on, only $880,000 worth of commercial permits pulled. One of those was accounted for about 2/3 of that, which was another permit pulled for your employee, Consolidated Diesel, it looked like. We had 74 new home stick-built permits pulled, which is a fairly large number. 6 of those were tiny homes, which I hope gets us a long way to solving one of the issues that we have talked about recently in our county. We had 8 modular home permits pulled, and the highest price stick home that was built was $850,000, which was down in the southern part of the county, and the highest price modular home was $260,000. There were a total of 33 builders that pulled the stick-built homes, so the homes that have been built in the county are indeed still built by many different builders, and they are built in many different areas of the county. It does seem like it's a concentration in the southern part of the county, but when you study these permits, you realize that they're pretty well dispersed throughout the county and not in one general area. The modular home permits that were pulled by 6 different builders. The next thing I'd like to make a statement on, and I was asked to do this by the fire departments that cover District 7, both of those fire departments. There are 3 fire departments that cover District 7. One of those, of course, is the city of Rocky Mount, because a significant area of District 7 is in the city of Rocky Mount. The other 2 are Red Oak and Battleboro. And they have let me know just about every month that they are perfectly satisfied with the way fire tax is collected now, the way it's dispersed now, and neither one of them have any interest at all in changing the format by which we do that, even though there still seems to be quite a bit of ongoing discussion in that regard. They are both totally against that. The next item I'd like to say is I'd like to ask the staff, I think we sometimes overestimate what our growth is in Nash County. There is a report that is produced by the state called the Annual Estimate for Component of Resident Population Changes for the counties in North Carolina. If you study that report, which I have done over the last 2 weeks, you will find that There is quite a bit of growth going on, but in Nash County, for instance, in the most recent 4-year period, we had a negative 650 population reduction when you just look at deaths and births in the county. In other words, we had 4,553 births, but we had 5,203 deaths in the county in that 4-year period. So we lost 650 residents based on that one thing. And then when you look at the new residents that are coming in, there is an average of 1,000 residents per year. So during that 4-year period, we actually had 3,624 new residents, and then you got to take away the 650. So the growth indeed is there. Many years it wasn't there, but it is at about a 1% rate per year that we need to be planning for. The expressions by the town of Spring Hope were more along the line of 10%. I don't feel like we've got 10% growth in the county, and the state certainly has more tools than what we have to project population trends moving forward. But if we could have the staff to look at that occasionally and report to the commissioners what that particular report says, I think it would be helpful. And then on the Public Safety Committee, we really don't have a designated chair on that committee, but Mr. Chair, you are on the committee, so I'll look to you to be the chair of that committee by default. And I'd like for us to also include in that committee's work a study of our jail population. I'm of the opinion that we have a lot of people in our jail that have mental issues. We have a lot of people in our jail that have drug issues. We need to find a way to have something else available for those people other than sticking them in jail. Our jail population has gained 40% in the last 12 months. That's a very large increase. And when you look at the population, which is now about 350 to 360, we are considerably out of proportion of what other counties have based on population. And there's a reason for that. And I think the reason is that we just don't seem to be doing anything to help those people that have those issues where many counties are. I hope we can incorporate in that particular committee to start looking at having other alternatives rather than putting them in jail for those people that have addiction problems and those people that have mental problems, because being in our jails doesn't help either one of those items, and it is just a guarantee that when they get out, they will indeed be back. So I hope we'll go to work on that as well with the other work that that committee is doing. And that's the things I'd like to say. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Outlaw?
Just kind of add to Commissioner Davis's comment. When you do that evaluation of the numbers, the adds and the drops in population, can you do that by district? In other words, can you see if the population is tremendously increasing in one part of the county versus the other? For example, City of Rocky Mount, I'm pretty sure their population is declining pretty rapidly. So if you could look at it in that regard.
Right, yeah. So we'll look into it and see what resources we can get the data from and see how that data is broken down.
I don't think it's just an even number across the county.
Right. We'll see how it's broken down and be able to, we'll give it to you as granular as we can.
Appreciate it.
Good idea.
That data was supposed to be in redistricting. When we did redistricting, that data was supposed to be available.
It would be a part of that, I'm sure.
Yep. Okay, I want to thank all the commissioners for your comment, and I want to thank Commissioner Howard for stepping in while I had to take care of an appointment. And I hope that we, as a board, can continue to dialogue together and come up with solutions that will benefit all of our citizens and make some good choices. And with that said, I believe I might need a motion for a closed session.
County manager comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. About to leave you out. All right, we'll hear from the county manager right now.
Don't mind me.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me get my bearings here. Thank you. Okay, so just a quick update on some staff reports. We've got several critical positions, as you know, that we are trying to fill. We were furthest along with the Human Resource Director position. However, after making an offer, we received a counteroffer where the salary expectations were outside of what we could consider and maintain internal equity with our management team. So this position has been reposted for recruitment. For economic development, Ms. Susan Phelps has sent out assignments to about 12 applicants. Those assignments have returned, and she is currently in the process of evaluating the work that has been returned to be able to narrow down those candidates to ones that she would like to bring in for face-to-face interviews. And our public health director position has posted, and we're currently vetting applications for our next steps for that position. As you met this morning, Jonathan Allen is the new town manager for the town of Spring Hope. He began with the town on March the 23rd. I visited with the manager and Mayor Pritchard on Thursday last week. We had a good discussion about infrastructure improvements, community development, collaborative efforts, and just establishing a good working relationship and moving forward. We also discussed the start of a manager-mayor meeting here in Nash County for all of our town managers, administrators, and mayors, and we're working to establish that first meeting, and Jonathan has agreed to host that first meeting. So we hope to be able to plan that sometime in May. For Nash Health UNC, they're making several improvements across Nash County. Recently, several of us had an opportunity to have a lunch with board members of Nash Health UNC, and we learned about the progress that's being made on the new tower at the hospital campus in Rocky Mount, the Nashville Medical Office Building, and the Middlesex Medical Office Building. The tower at the hospital is more than halfway complete, and with substantial completion projected for the late summer of 2027. And treating the first patient by the end of 2027. The new Nashville Medical Office Building, located off of Red Oak Road near 64, is going to house 8 primary care providers on site, expanding access to care across the community. This location is projected to be complete in late July of this year and accepting patients in late August. And the third project is UNC Health Nash is managing a medical office building project in Middlesex. This project is slated for completion in mid-July of this year, with the first patient being seen in early August of this year. All 3 of these projects will be an asset to our community, and we thank UNC Health Nash for their dedication to patient care and accessibility across Nash County. So, a while back, Nash County received $900,000 in Community Development Block Grant, that's CDBG Coronavirus, CV, funds. Those were funds from Commerce in response to COVID-19. The county has spent approximately $300,000 on public services, including supplies for our local fire departments and EMS, laptops and supplies for several libraries, and raised garden for the Sharpsburg Senior Center. The county is underway with the completion of the public facilities portion of the project. Once completed, there will be 7 hand washing stations with bottle fillers installed and approximately 3,850 linear feet of extended walking trails. So what you're looking at here is 2,850 linear feet at the Castalia Community Park. And then in Spring Hope, an additional 1,000 linear feet at the Spring Hope Park is being worked on and near completion. The hand washing stations will be at Glover Park in Nashville, Whitaker's Community Park, and the town of Spring Hope Park. And the town of Spring Hope. So I understand there's going to be a couple going in downtown in Spring Hope that will assist during their annual Pumpkin Festival. Plumbing work is currently being addressed on these projects. We have new signage on Highway 64, future I-97. Nash County Cooperative Extension unveiled new highway signs that will help guide visitors to the Nash County Arboretum. This hidden gem surrounds the Agriculture Center in Nashville and is open to the public 365 days a year. Whether you visit in the spring, summer, or fall, the Arboretum offers a chance to see a variety of seasonal blooms and gardens that highlight plants well-suited for our region. We also have updated hours for our convenience sites for the spring and summer. From March 15th until October 15th, the hours of operation are Monday through Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., with sites closed on Tuesdays. And Sundays, our hours are from 1:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Nash County Farmers Market had its opening this past weekend on April the 4th. The market will be open on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. until November, and Tuesdays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. May to August. Come and enjoy a wonderful selection of meats, vegetables, fruits, breads, and baked goods, homemade soaps, popcorn, grits, seafood, plants, flowers, herbs, coffee, and more. The Downey Senior Games will take place from April until June. The silver arts are on display here on the 3rd floor of the Nash County Administration Building in the month of April. Senior citizens of Edgecombe, Halifax, Nash, Northampton, and Wilson counties age 50 and up have submitted their creations, including photography, quilting, painting, crocheting, metal art, and more, to compete in the Downey Senior Games Silver Arts Competition. Citizens are encouraged to come and see the art that's on display. As Commissioner Leggett mentioned, the Eastern Carolina 4-H Livestock Show and Sale starts today with the show and sale opening ceremony beginning at 7 p.m. this evening at the East Carolina Agriculture and Education Center at 1175 Kingsborough Road in Rocky Mount. There are a variety of exciting events from the opening ceremony to the beginning of the sale, which starts at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, April the 8th. Nash County Department of Social Services invites those interested in becoming a non-emergency Medicaid transportation vendor to attend one of their upcoming informational sessions. Vendor information sessions will cover program requirements, provider expectations, and steps to become an approved contract provider. If interested, please join us at either the April 14th or April 16th. From a 10 a.m. session and a 3 p.m. session are being offered on both days. So there's 4 offerings of the same information for interested vendors, and they only need to attend one of those sessions. And to register, please contact Kimberly Nicholson at the email address on the screen. Nash Community College is having a career in a year open house. Join Nash Community College for our Career in a Year open house and explore the short-term training programs designed to help individuals gain new skills and start a new career faster. This interactive event will highlight workforce training programs that can be completed in just 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or within a year. Whether you're exploring a new career or looking to gain additional skills or ready to enter the workforce quickly, our continuing education team will be available to help you find the right program. What to expect at the event: you can learn about short-term training opportunities, on-site registration for upcoming classes, live demonstrations from workshop programs, family-friendly activities, food trucks, an opportunity to win a scholarship, and touch, tour, and explore first responder vehicles. That's on April 16th from 5 to 7 p.m. The Nashville Farmers Market is located in Nashville, held at the Nashville Junction, located at 725 South Barnes Street. They will be open Friday, April 17th through August 28th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The Nashville Farmers Market is proud to feature local vendors selling produce, meats, handmade crafts, and more. Stop by Friday afternoons to meet the vendors and see what they have to offer. We have an adoption Saturday. Thank you, Commissioner Howell, for talking about Pet Connection and their potential spay and neuter program. And expanding hours for adoption is definitely something that we want to see moving forward. An adoption Saturday is coming up, Saturday, April the 18th from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. The adoption fee is $50, and Paw NC is offering $150 to the first 100 adoptions towards spay or neuter expenses. Come out and take a look at the sweet fur friends we have to offer. The North Carolina Cooperative Extension Master Gardeners Program in Nash County is having their annual plant sale Saturday, April 25th at the Nash County Arboretum located at 1006 Eastern Avenue from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Perennials, shrubs, trees, natives, vegetable plants, and herbs will be available. There will be raffles. Live on site will be WPTF Weekend Gardener Show. The 4-H Exchange Club will be selling refreshments as a fundraiser. On that same day, Saturday, April the 25th, starting at 11 a.m., make your way from the Master Gardeners plant sale to the Community Day at the park. Theme this year as Down on the Farm, presented by First Carolina Bank, a fun, family-friendly event celebrating our local community. Bring the family out to enjoy inflatables, face painting, petting zoo, seed planting, live demonstrations, and a community market and free food while supplies last. A warm thank you to our sponsors, First Carolina Bank, Inflatables North Carolina, the North Carolina Department of Adult Corrections, Sparkling Creations, Premier Entertainment, and Mangum's Transport. Farmers Market Tour. The Nash County Farmers Market, in partnership with the Nashville Farmers Market, is offering a farm tour the weekend of May the 2nd and 3rd from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. 2 days, 2 trails, 8 farms. The event is $20 a car or $35 a car for both days. All proceeds will be used as a fundraiser for both of the farmers market. If you're interested, please use the QR code to register for the event. The Nashville Blooming Festival will be Mother's Day weekend, May 8th and 9th. Nash County offices will close at 2 p.m. on Friday, May the 8th. Tackle the Tar is a 5K obstacle course race. Participants can walk, run, or just come and enjoy the food and fun, play in the mud, and send a kid to college. This event is a fundraiser providing scholarships to Nash and Edgecombe Community Colleges and Wesleyan University. If interested, go online to www.tacklethetar.com to learn more. Talked about a lot of fun stuff, a lot of community events. Now back to business. The Nash County Board of Commissioners budget work session will be held April 14th. I'm pleased to announce that just like last year, we are able to condense the event agenda into one day. We will begin at 8:30 with some light refreshments and coffee and plan to start the meeting at 9 a.m. and adjourn by 5 p.m. Our location this year will be at the Mount Pleasant Community Building located at 7637 Harris Road in Bailey. And thank you, Commissioner Howell, for your assistance in setting that location up. Trip Bunn, Emergency Management Director, received a Public Service Commendation Medal for Nash County's work with civil affairs students out of Fort Bragg. Tripp's department hosted students needing boots-on-the-ground experience with local governments, key stakeholders, and knowledge of infrastructure prior to overseas assignments. The exposure the students have received with Nash County is critical to their efficiency and their success while on mission. In the past 2 years, Tripp has been with Nash County. We have assisted almost 50 students in pre-deployment training. Congratulations, Tripp, and all of the team members who have assisted with these trainings. Congratulations to Deputy Fire Marshal Chase Taylor on earning his certified Fire and Explosion Investigator designation through the National Association of Fire Investigators International. This accomplishment reflects his dedication to advancing his expertise and strengthening our community's fire investigation capabilities. Congratulations to Angie Dean, who serves as our Nash County Economic Development Executive Assistant and Deputy Clerk to the Board. Angie earned her North Carolina certification of county clerks through the UNC School of Government, demonstrating her continued commitment to professional excellence and public service. Congratulations to Susan Phelps, who was featured on the podcast TC Twin County Spotlight with Benton Moss. Susan was able to share information about her work here in Nash County, her recent promotion to the Director of Economic Development, and her vision for Nash County's long-term growth. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them at this time. Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, 1 day for the budget retreat, right?
Yes, sir. Tuesday, the 14th.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I love it. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Clarification on page 17 by the manager. I think you stated the first 100 adoptions today will receive $150.
Did I?
You did. and
Wow.
I don't know that they've got $15,000.
That
they
is
made.
not correct. I apologize.
Okay, just in case that 11th person shows up and gets mad.
It is it's the first 10 adoptions.
Gotcha.
That way that day will receive $150 towards spay or neuter expenses. Thank you for that correction.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the manager?
Great report, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you. I will kick it to our Deputy County Manager real quick for an update on the Southern Nash wastewater.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Quickly, the steering committee for the Southern Nash County Wastewater Planning Grant, we're scheduled to meet tomorrow at 2:30. We're going to postpone that meeting until a later date to be determined. There has been some interest from the town of Spring Hope in having a meeting with some members of the steering committee to explore maybe some additional options that we have not heretofore evaluated as part of our work on that project. As the board alluded to earlier with the growth in the county, we certainly want to support development in our local towns and municipalities, and this project is key for the county to be able to do that. Certainly, the county has an interest from an economic development perspective, particularly industrial development, but this project will be critical for the growth and development of our towns and municipalities in the southern part of the county. So that group is scheduled to meet tomorrow at the same time, and we're going to reschedule the meeting of the steering committee after the completion of that meeting based on how that conversation goes. So work continues. Again, a very important project. Anxious to see what discussions tomorrow may lead to, but did want to let you know that that meeting has been postponed.
All right, thank you.
Question. Go ahead.
Commissioner Davis?
You said it included some member of the steering committee. which I am on, do I supposed to attend that meeting or not?
I think any members of the steering committee are welcome to attend.
You're welcome. Yeah, please.
I know.
Where is it then?
Middlesex at the community building.
At community building where we've been meeting?
Yes, sir.
At the same time?
2:30, is that right?
Yes, sir.
2:30, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments for the staff or? Okay. All right, well, I think we're good, and I think we need a closed session, attorney.
I think we need a closed session for economic development update at least.
Okay.
I'm not sure what else is on there.
All right, I want to call for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Howell. Second. Second by Commissioner Leggett, that we go into closed session to discuss economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel. Do we expect an act? Okay, no action is expected. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. We'll go into closed session.